Happiness doesn't come from getting everything you want. It comes from learning how to want less. But most people never figure that out. They chase pleasure, approval, and perfection, only to find themselves more anxious, more bitter, and more lost than ever. That's the trap. And if no one has told you this before, consider this your wake-up call. But don't worry, this is about to change your life. Because these next 4 hours aren't just relaxing words to fall asleep to. They're a quiet revolution, a return to ancient truths that have been buried by noise, by ego, by modern chaos. Through the calm, steady voice of Stoicism, you'll rediscover what happiness actually is. Not something you chase, but something you practice. Not something out there, but something already within. As your body settles and your thoughts slow down, these lessons will begin their quiet work. Teaching your mind to let go of what doesn't matter, to stop needing so much, to endure with grace, and to love life exactly as it is, even when it's hard. This isn't just sleep. It's transformation in disguise. And when the sun rises, you won't just feel rested. You'll feel free. Have you ever felt like someone's words or actions ruined your entire day? Maybe it was a rude comment, a thoughtless gesture, or even just an unexpected inconvenience. It's frustrating, isn't it? But here's the truth. No one has the power to control your emotions unless you let them. What if you could stay calm and unshaken no matter what life or anyone else throws your way? Imagine walking through your day with a sense of peace so strong that even the most irritating situations couldn't rattle you. That's not just wishful thinking, it's emotional mastery. In this episode, we're diving into 10 transformative lessons that will help you stop reacting impulsively, let go of anger, and regain control over your emotions. These lessons aren't about ignoring your feelings or pretending not to care. They're about building the mental strength to navigate life's challenges with grace and clarity. Whether it's dealing with criticism, setting boundaries, or learning to let go of grudges, you'll discover practical tools to protect your peace and live with confidence. By the end of this episode, you'll have the mindset and strategies you need to stay unbothered, even in the most difficult situations. So, if you're ready to unlock the secret to emotional freedom and live a life where no one else can control your mood, let's get started. Your journey to mastering your emotions begins now. 1. Understand that your reactions are your choice. Picture this. You're in the middle of a peaceful day, maybe sipping coffee or walking through the park, when suddenly someone says something rude or inconsiderate. Your calm vanishes, replaced by anger or frustration. You think, why did they ruin my day? But here's the truth. They didn't. You did. Your emotions are your responsibility, not theirs. No one has the power to control how you feel unless you hand that power to them. Think of it this way. The world can throw challenges at you, but only you decide how to react. Let me offer a fresh perspective. Imagine you're wearing noise-cancelling headphones in a busy city. The chaos of honking cars and loud conversations doesn't disappear. It's still there. But it doesn't reach you. Mastering your reactions works the same way. You don't have to let the noise of other people's behavior invade your peace. A wise thought captures this beautifully. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space lies our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. When someone cuts you off in traffic or criticizes your work unfairly, it's easy to blame them for your anger. But what if, instead of reacting, you paused? In that pause, you find power. The power to choose calm over chaos, strength over impulsiveness. Here's a real-world example. Imagine your coworker dismisses your idea during a meeting. Instead of snapping back or stewing in resentment all day, take a moment to breathe and reflect. Is this about me, or is it their own stress or bias showing? By reframing the situation, you neutralize its impact on your emotions. The beauty of this approach is that it's not about suppressing how you feel, it's about recognizing that your feelings are separate from your reactions. Anger, frustration, and disappointment are natural, but they don't have to dictate what you do next. Here's a simple strategy to start practicing this mindset. Pause and identify when you feel triggered. Pause and name the emotion you're experiencing. Anger, hurt, irritation. This breaks the automatic reaction cycle. Ask questions. Reflect on why you're feeling this way. Is it because of what happened or your interpretation of it? Choose your response. Decide how you want to act based on your values and long-term peace, not the heat of the moment. Imagine the freedom of walking through life unbothered by others' actions, the rude stranger, the thoughtless remark, the minor inconvenience. All of them lose their grip on you when you take control of your reactions. In every moment, you have a choice. You can let others dictate your emotions, or you can reclaim your power and protect your peace. The next time someone tries to push your buttons, remember, their behavior doesn't define you. Your reaction does, and in choosing calm, you gain not just emotional mastery, but true freedom. 2. Stop expecting people to behave like you. Have you ever been disappointed by someone who, when you find yourself in need, is nowhere to be found? Disappointment washes over you, and you think, how could they be so inconsiderate? I would never treat them this way. Here's the hard truth. People don't operate by your standards or values. They act based on their own. Expecting others to think, behave, or respond the way you would is like trying to control the weather. It's impossible and only leads to frustration. Think of it this way. Each person is walking their own path, shaped by their experiences, beliefs, and priorities. When someone does something that annoys or hurts you, it's often not a reflection of you, it's a reflection of them. Trying to change or control their behavior only leaves you feeling powerless. Instead of focusing on how others should act, focus on accepting them as they are. Let me give you an example. Imagine a coworker who constantly interrupts during meetings. Instead of seething with frustration or trying to teach them a lesson, recognize that their habit has nothing to do with you. By letting go of the expectation that they'll change, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional turmoil. A wise thought sums this up perfectly. Expectations are the root of all suffering. The less you expect others to behave in a certain way, the more you protect your peace. Here's a practical exercise to help you let go of these expectations. Acknowledge your assumptions. When someone upsets you, ask yourself, what was I expecting them to do? Challenge that expectation. Reflect on whether it's realistic to expect someone else to act exactly as you would. Shift your focus. Instead of trying to control their behavior, focus on how you can respond calmly and maintain your peace. Think about how liberating this mindset is. The rude stranger, the forgetful friend, the inconsiderate coworker. None of them have the power to disrupt your emotions unless you let them. When you stop expecting others to meet your standards, you take back control of your reactions. In the end, People are who they are, not who you want them to be. Accepting this truth doesn't mean tolerating bad behavior or abandoning your values. It means recognizing that your peace is too valuable to sacrifice for something you can't control. The next time someone disappoints or frustrates you, pause and remind yourself they're acting from their nature, not mine. And that's okay, because I choose my response. By releasing those expectations, you gain freedom, not just from others' actions, but from the emotional weight they once carried. Think about the last time you got into an argument. Maybe it was over something trivial, like which route was faster, or something deeper, like a disagreement with a close friend or partner. As the conversation heated up, did you feel that strong urge to prove your point, to show them you were right? We've all been there, clinging to our version of the truth like it's a lifeline. But here's the thing, that need to always be right is exhausting and unnecessary. The need to win every argument or prove your perspective often stems from insecurity. It's as if being wrong threatens our worth or identity. But what if you could let go of that need entirely? What if you could approach disagreements with curiosity instead of defensiveness? A powerful thought to keep in mind is this: would you rather be right, or would you rather be at peace? Often, our insistence on being right creates tension, damages relationships, and fuels our frustration. On the other hand, letting go of the need to prove yourself allows you to preserve your peace and approach conflicts with understanding. Imagine someone accuses you of something unfair. Your instinct might be to defend yourself, to argue your case, or to point out their flaws in return. But what if you paused and asked yourself, is it worth my energy to prove them wrong? Will this argument change anything important in my life? In most cases, the answer is no. Here's an example. A friend might insist that their way of handling a problem is better than yours. Instead of diving into a debate, you could say, I see where you're coming from, and I respect your perspective. By doing this, you not only diffuse the tension, but also maintain your calm and avoid unnecessary conflict. The Taoist philosopher Lao offers timeless wisdom. He who is attached to his views will never grow. Letting go of the need to be right doesn't mean abandoning your principles or silencing your voice. It means recognizing that not every disagreement needs a resolution in your favor. It's about choosing when to engage and when to step back. Pause before responding. When you feel the urge to argue, take a deep breath and reflect on whether it's worth your energy. Seek understanding. Instead of trying to win, ask questions to understand the other person's perspective. This approach often de-escalates conflict. Pick your battles. Save your energy for disagreements that truly matter, ones that align with your values or affect significant outcomes. Over time, you'll find that letting go of the need to always be right brings immense freedom. You'll start noticing how much lighter and calmer you feel when you stop trying to control every conversation or prove every point. Arguments lose their grip on your emotions because you've chosen peace over pride. Remember, your value isn't tied to winning debates or proving your intelligence. It's in how you carry yourself, how you protect your energy, and how you maintain your inner peace. The next time you're tempted to argue, pause and remind yourself, being right won't make me happy, but being calm will. And in that moment, you'll experience the true power of letting go. Imagine this. You're excitedly sharing an idea, something you're truly passionate about, and someone interrupts with a dismissive comment. Their words cut deep, and suddenly, the confidence you felt disappears. Why does this happen? It's because we often let others' words define how we see ourselves. Here's the truth. Your worth isn't determined by someone else's opinion. It's not tied to their compliments, criticisms, or judgments. When you rely on others to validate you, you hand them the power to control your emotions. True emotional freedom comes when you take that power back. Let's consider an example. A colleague criticizes your work, not constructively, but in a way that feels harsh or personal. Your instinct might be to defend yourself or feel disheartened. But what if, instead of reacting, you paused and reminded yourself, their words reflect their perspective, not my value? By detaching your worth from their opinion, you protect your peace and maintain your focus. Marcus Aurelius captured this wisdom perfectly. It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinions than our own. This isn't about ignoring feedback or dismissing others entirely. It's about filtering what truly matters. Constructive criticism can help you grow, but unwarranted negativity doesn't deserve space in your mind. Pause before reacting. When someone's words sting, take a moment to breathe. This pause gives you the chance to choose your response instead of reacting impulsively. Separate fact from opinion. Ask yourself, is there truth in what they're saying, or is it just their perspective? Focus on what helps you grow and let the rest go. Reaffirm your worth. Remind yourself that your value isn't tied to anyone else's approval. Your worth is intrinsic, independent of external validation. Lao offers another layer of wisdom. Care about what other people think, and you will always be their prisoner. Letting go of the need for validation doesn't mean you stop caring about people. It means you stop caring about opinions that don't serve your growth. By doing so, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional weight. The next time someone's words challenge your confidence, pause and ask yourself, am I letting this define me, or can I choose to focus on what I know to be true about myself? In that moment, you reclaim your power and remind yourself that no one's words can diminish your value unless you let them. True strength lies not in avoiding criticism, but in knowing your worth regardless of it. When you stop letting others' words define you, you create space for authenticity, confidence, and peace. And that's a life no one can take from you. 5. Protect your energy by setting boundaries. Picture this. A friend calls you in the middle of your busy day, asking for help with something they could probably handle on their own. Or perhaps a co-worker dumps a last-minute task on you, assuming you'll say yes. You feel the weight of obligation, but also the frustration of knowing this will disrupt your plans. Why is it so hard to say no? Here's the truth. Protecting your peace requires setting boundaries. And boundaries aren't selfish, they're necessary. Without them, you let others dictate your time, energy, and emotional well-being. Saying yes to everyone else often means saying no to yourself. A powerful reminder comes to mind. You can't pour from an empty cup. If you're constantly giving without protecting your energy, you'll find yourself burned out, resentful, and disconnected from your own needs. Boundaries are how you safeguard your emotional freedom while maintaining healthy relationships. Think about this. When someone oversteps your boundaries, it's not their fault. It's yours for not clearly defining and upholding them. People aren't mind readers, and unless you communicate what you're okay with, they'll continue to push, often unintentionally. Setting boundaries is a form of self-respect, and it also teaches others to respect you. Here's an example. Imagine you're always the person friends come to for advice, even late at night. You want to be supportive, but it's draining your energy. Instead of silently resenting them, you could say something like, "I care about you, but I need to keep evenings for myself to recharge. Let's talk tomorrow instead." This approach is firm yet kind, and it protects your peace without damaging the relationship. Epictetus reminds us, freedom is the ability to live as we wish. Living freely doesn't mean ignoring others' needs. It means deciding where your energy is best spent. Boundaries let you choose your priorities and ensure you're not giving more than you can handle. Here's how to start setting boundaries effectively. Be clear and honest. Communicate your limits calmly and directly. People are more likely to respect boundaries when they understand them. Use I statements. Focus on your needs rather than blaming others. For example, say, "I need some quiet time after work," instead of, "You're always bothering me." Stick to your boundaries. Once you set a limit, uphold it. Consistency shows others that you're serious about protecting your space. Lao offers another perspective. He who knows when to stop does not find himself in trouble. This wisdom reminds us that knowing your limits and respecting them prevents unnecessary stress and frustration. Boundaries aren't walls to shut people out. They're bridges to healthier, more balanced relationships. The next time you feel overwhelmed or taken for granted, pause and ask yourself, have I communicated my needs clearly? Am I honoring my own boundaries? By setting limits, you free yourself from unnecessary obligations and reclaim your energy for what truly matters. Remember, you're not responsible for managing everyone else's feelings or fixing their problems. Your primary responsibility is to yourself, your peace, your time, and your emotional well-being. So protect your energy, set your boundaries, and watch how much lighter and more in control you feel. Because when you prioritize yourself, you give the best version of yourself to the world. 6. Detach from the opinions of others. Imagine this. You share an idea you're proud of with a group of people, but instead of support, you're met with criticism or indifference. That sting of disappointment is real, and it can spiral into self-doubt. But here's a question to ask yourself. Why does their opinion carry so much weight? The need for approval is deeply ingrained in us. But relying on external validation is like chasing shadows. You'll never truly catch it. Emotional freedom begins when you stop letting the opinions of others define your worth. Think of it this way. Everyone views the world through their own lens, shaped by their experiences, biases, and insecurities. What someone says about you often reveals more about them than it does about you. When you internalize their opinions, you give them power over your emotions and decisions. Why let someone else control your narrative? A simple yet powerful thought to remember. Your worth isn't up for debate. It's not tied to what others think of you, whether it's praise or criticism. It's something intrinsic, unshaken by external noise. Let's consider a practical example. Imagine you're wearing a brand new outfit you love, and a coworker makes a passing remark. That's an interesting choice. You could let their comment ruin your confidence, or you could remind yourself that their opinion doesn't diminish your joy. When you detach from the need for approval, you free yourself to live authentically. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." This might sound harsh, but it's liberating. Growth often involves going against the grain or doing things others might not understand. Seeking approval can hold you back, while embracing your own path, even if misunderstood, sets you free. Here's how to start detaching from the opinions of others. Question their importance. When someone's opinion bothers you, ask yourself, why does this matter to me? What authority do they have over my life? Reaffirm your values. Focus on what matters to you, not what others expect. Ground yourself in your goals and principles. Practice letting go. When criticism or judgment arises, acknowledge it without clinging to it. Picture their words as leaves floating down a stream, there, but not lasting. Lao offers another perspective. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. This doesn't mean ignoring feedback or isolating yourself from others. It means filtering out what doesn't serve you. Constructive criticism can help you grow, but unwarranted judgment, that's theirs to carry, not yours. Think of detaching from opinions like shielding yourself from bad weather. The rain may fall, but it doesn't have to soak you. By focusing on your own inner compass, you remain grounded no matter how others perceive you. The next time someone's words shake your confidence, pause and ask yourself, am I living for them or for me? By choosing to detach, you reclaim your freedom, protect your peace, and build a life that's authentically yours. Remember, your path is yours alone, and it's far too important to be swayed by fleeting opinions. Respond with silence, not anger. Imagine this. You're in a heated argument. Someone says something hurtful or intentionally provocative, and you feel the anger rising. Your heart pounds, your face heats up, and your instinct is to fire back with a cutting remark. But what if instead of reacting, you simply say nothing? Silence is one of the most powerful tools you have when dealing with others' negativity. It's not about conceding or avoiding confrontation, it's about choosing calm over chaos. Responding with silence doesn't mean you're weak. It means you're strong enough to value your peace over the need to retaliate. There's wisdom in this. The less you respond to negativity, the more peaceful your life becomes. Silence speaks volumes. It says, I won't let your behavior control me. Let's take an example. Imagine someone at work undermines you during a meeting, trying to make you look bad in front of others. You have two choices: engage in a back-and-forth argument or pause and respond with silence. By staying silent, you deny them the reaction they seek and maintain your composure, showing everyone around you who truly holds the higher ground. The Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius said, "The best answer to anger is silence. Anger often seeks fuel to keep burning, and silence starves it. When you choose not to engage, you break the cycle of negativity and protect your emotional well-being." Think of silence as a shield. It deflects the noise without pulling you into the fight. Here's how to make silence your go-to response in moments of provocation. Pause before reacting. When someone says something provocative, take a moment to breathe. Silence creates space for clarity. Listen without defending. Sometimes people just want to vent or be heard. Let them speak without interrupting or feeling the need to explain yourself. Speak only when necessary. If a response is required, keep it calm, measured, and to the point. A Buddhist teaching reminds us, speak only if it improves upon the silence. This doesn't mean you suppress your feelings. It means you choose when and how to express them. Silence doesn't ignore the problem. It preserves your energy for moments where your voice truly matters. Think about how often we regret words said in anger. Silence removes that regret. It allows you to reflect, reassess, and respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively. And often, Silence says more than words ever could. The next time someone tries to provoke you, pause and ask yourself, will responding add value, or will it simply escalate the situation? By choosing silence, you protect your peace, demonstrate strength, and keep control of the narrative. Remember, silence isn't the absence of a response, it's the presence of wisdom. It's the ability to rise above the noise and say, your words don't control me, my peace does. And that's how you win the battle without ever raising your voice. Practice gratitude. Imagine you're having one of those days where everything seems to go wrong. Your plans fall apart, someone makes a rude comment, and the smallest inconveniences feel unbearable. Anger starts bubbling up and you think, why does everything have to be so difficult? Now pause. What if, instead of focusing on everything going wrong, you shifted your attention to what's going right? Gratitude has a way of turning anger into calm and reframing even the worst moments into opportunities for perspective and peace. Here's a powerful truth. You can't feel grateful and angry at the same time. Gratitude works like a mental reset button. It pulls you out of the spiral of negativity and reminds you of the good that still exists, even in frustrating situations. Take a simple example. You're stuck in traffic, running late to an important appointment. Instead of fuming at the cars ahead, try this. Take a deep breath and think of 3 things you're thankful for. Maybe it's the fact that you have a car, the opportunity you're headed toward, or even just the music playing on the radio. It might sound small, but this shift can transform your emotional state almost instantly. The philosopher Cicero said, "Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others." Gratitude doesn't just dissolve anger, it builds resilience, fosters patience, and helps you focus on what truly matters. It's a tool you can use anytime, anywhere, to protect your peace. Here's how to make gratitude a daily habit. Pause and reflect. When anger starts to rise, take a moment to breathe and ask yourself, what's one thing I can be thankful for right now? Keep a gratitude journal. At the end of each day, write down 3 things that went well, no matter how small they seem. This trains your mind to look for the positive. Use gratitude as a reframe. When faced with a challenge, think about what you can learn or how the situation could be worse. Gratitude often comes from recognizing what you still have. For example, let's say someone criticizes you harshly. Instead of letting anger take over, try reframing it. I'm grateful for the chance to learn from this feedback, even if it wasn't delivered kindly. This doesn't excuse the other person's behavior, but it keeps you in control of your emotions. The Buddha reminds us, let us rise up and be thankful, for if we didn't learn a lot today, at least we learned a little. And if we didn't learn a little, at least we didn't get sick. And if we got sick, at least we didn't die. So let us all be thankful. Gratitude shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's present. It's not about denying frustration or anger. It's about choosing to prioritize what uplifts you over what drags you down. The next time you feel anger creeping in, pause and ask yourself, what can I be thankful for in this moment? You'll find that gratitude doesn't just dissolve the anger, it replaces it with calm, clarity, and a sense of control. And in those moments, you'll realize that peace isn't something you find, it's something you create. Reframe. Criticism as a tool for growth. Imagine this. You've just shared an idea you're proud of, maybe at work with friends or online, and someone immediately shoots it down with harsh criticism. Your first instinct? Defensiveness, maybe even anger. It's natural to feel this way when your efforts are met with negativity. But what if you could reframe criticism, seeing it not as an attack, but as an opportunity to grow? Criticism, no matter how it's delivered, holds value if you're willing to look for it. It can show you blind spots, challenge your thinking, or push you to improve. When you shift your perspective, criticism stops being a source of frustration and becomes a tool for self-betterment. Here's an example. Imagine you're preparing a presentation and a colleague points out several flaws in your work. You could dismiss them, thinking, "They're just trying to undermine me," or you could pause and reflect. Is there truth in what they're saying? How can I use this feedback to improve? By choosing the second approach, you turn what might feel like an attack into a stepping stone. A wise thought captures this perfectly. Criticism, like rain, should be gentle enough to nourish growth without destroying roots. This doesn't mean all criticism is valid or worth your attention. Some people criticize out of envy, ignorance, or malice. The key is to filter what you hear, keeping what's constructive and discarding what's not. Here's how to handle criticism with grace. Pause before reacting. When faced with criticism, take a moment to breathe. This helps you avoid reacting emotionally. Evaluate the source. Consider who's giving the feedback. Do they have your best interests in mind? Is their perspective informed? Find the lesson. Even poorly delivered criticism can carry a valuable insight. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this? Let's take a more personal example. Imagine a family member makes a critical remark about your choices, like your career or lifestyle. Instead of arguing or shutting down, you could say, "I hear your concerns. I'll think about what you've said." This response shows maturity and gives you the chance to reflect later without escalating the conflict. Epictetus offers a timeless reminder. If anyone tells you that a certain person speaks ill of you, do not make excuses about what is said of you, but answer, "He does not know my other faults, else he would not have mentioned only these." This Stoic wisdom reminds us not to take criticism too personally. Instead, see it as part of the journey towards self-improvement. The next time someone critiques you, ask yourself, what can I learn from this feedback? Is this criticism about me, or does it reflect more about them? How can I grow from this moment? Lao Tzu reminds us, knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Criticism, when approached with the right mindset, is a mirror that helps you understand yourself better. It's not always comfortable, but growth rarely is. By welcoming feedback, even when it stings, you develop resilience, humility, and a stronger sense of self. So the next time criticism comes your way, pause and reframe it. See it not as an obstacle, but as a stepping stone toward becoming your best self. Remember, growth often hides in discomfort, and those who embrace it unlock a level of strength that no criticism can shake. Master the art of letting go. Imagine holding on to a hot coal, determined to throw it at someone who hurt you. But while you're waiting for the right moment, the coal keeps burning your hand. Anger, grudges, and resentment work the same way. They harm you far more than the person who caused your pain. The real strength lies not in holding on, but in letting go. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting or condoning what happened. It means releasing the emotional weight that drags you down, freeing yourself from the control of the past. When you let go, you reclaim your energy, your peace, and your ability to focus on the present. The Buddha puts it beautifully. Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Think about a time when someone wronged you. Maybe it was a betrayal, an unfair judgment, or an unkind word? How much time did you spend replaying that moment in your mind? How much energy did you waste imagining confrontations or seeking revenge? Letting go is the antidote to this endless cycle. It allows you to move forward instead of staying trapped in the past. Here's an example. Imagine you're at work and a colleague takes credit for your idea. You could spend days stewing over the injustice, letting it affect your mood and productivity. Or you could let it go, recognizing that your worth isn't tied to one moment of recognition. By choosing the latter, you protect your peace and focus on what truly matters, your growth and future opportunities. Lao Tzu offers profound wisdom. When I let go of what I am, I become what I might be. Letting go isn't just about releasing anger or resentment. It's also about letting go of perfectionism, fear of failure, or the need for control. It's about embracing life as it is, with all its unpredictability, and finding freedom in acceptance. Here's how to start practicing the art of letting go. Acknowledge your feelings. Suppressing emotions only makes them stronger. Allow yourself to feel hurt, anger, or disappointment without judgment. Reframe the situation. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? How can I grow stronger because of it? Focus on the present. Letting go is a choice you make for yourself, not for the other person. Shift your attention to the here and now, where your power lies. Think of letting go like releasing a balloon. The longer you hold onto it, the more it strains your hand. But when you let it float away, you feel lighter and freer. Life becomes less about what happened and more about what's possible. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, do not be disturbed by what is outside your power. Let it go and you will find peace. This doesn't mean letting people walk over you or ignoring injustice. It means choosing where to direct your energy. By letting go of what you can't change, you create space for what you can, a brighter, calmer, and more fulfilling life. So, the next time you find yourself clinging to anger or regret, pause and ask yourself, is this worth my peace? What would my life look like if I let this go? The answer will guide you toward emotional freedom, because true strength isn't in holding on, it's in knowing when to release. And when you do, you'll discover that the lighter you feel, the stronger you become. And there you have it, 10 powerful lessons to help you master your emotions and stay unbothered no matter what life throws your way. These aren't just ideas, they're tools you can use every day to protect your peace, build resilience, and take control of your reactions. Remember, the goal isn't to suppress your feelings or become indifferent. It's to respond to life's challenges with clarity and strength. Emotional mastery isn't about what happens to you, it's about how you choose to react. The power to stay calm, centered, and free lies entirely in your hands. As you move forward, take these lessons with you. Practice pausing before you react. Set boundaries that protect your energy, and let go of the things and people you can't control. Each time you choose peace over anger, you take one step closer to living the unshakable life you deserve. If you found value in this episode, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with someone who might need a little extra calm in their life. And if you have your own tips or experiences about staying unbothered, I'd love to hear them. Drop a comment below. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Remember, emotional freedom isn't a destination. It's a practice. So keep showing up for yourself, stay mindful, and keep growing stronger every day. Until next time, take care and stay unbothered. Let's get real. Most people are too afraid to tell you to your face that they don't like you. Instead, They hide behind fake smiles, hollow compliments, and forced politeness. I've been there too, thinking someone was a friend, only to find out they were secretly hoping for my downfall. It's brutal, but here's the truth. If you don't recognize the signs, you'll end up wasting your time and energy on people who deep down can't understand you. So, let's cut through the BS and talk about the signs that someone dislikes you but is hiding it. You might not like what you hear, but it's better to face the truth than live in denial. 1. They're always joking about your flaws. We all know that one person who loves to joke, especially when the joke is at your expense. They'll pick at your quirks, mistakes, and imperfections, always with a smile, saying, "I'm just messing with you." At first it seems harmless, but let's be honest. These jokes are often more than just playful banter. They're calculated digs cleverly disguised as humor, meant to chip away at your self-esteem bit by bit. I remember a time when I was close to someone who always had something to say about me, how I dressed, the way I spoke, even the projects I was working on. At first, I laughed it off, thinking it was all in good fun. But over time, I noticed a pattern. The jokes were always aimed at my perceived weaknesses, never at my strengths. It wasn't long before I started second-guessing myself, wondering if maybe I was the problem. Here's where the controversy kicks in. People who consistently joke about your flaws aren't doing it out of affection. They're testing the waters to see how much disrespect you'll tolerate. It's a subtle form of manipulation, a way for them to assert dominance while keeping you in your place. They're telling you, in no uncertain terms, that you're beneath them. The most insidious part is that they get away with it because we've been conditioned to believe that if we can't take a joke, we're the ones with the problem. But let's flip that script. I'm here to tell you that there's nothing wrong with standing up for yourself when a joke crosses the line. In fact, it's essential. You deserve to be around people who lift you up, not those who knock you down for a cheap laugh. True friends don't need to point out your flaws to feel better about themselves. They celebrate your strengths and help you work through your weaknesses without making you the butt of the joke. I've seen it happen time and again. People who let these kinds of jokes slide, thinking it's easier to keep the peace than make waves. But here's the deep truth. Allowing others to disrespect you, even in jest, is a slippery slope. It starts with small comments, but over time those jokes can wear you down, making you question your worth. The more you allow it, the more they'll push until you're left doubting yourself, all because you didn't want to seem too sensitive. I had to learn this lesson the hard way. I realized that by laughing along, I was giving them permission to keep going. I was complicit in my own disrespect. It wasn't until I started setting boundaries and standing up for myself that I noticed a change, not only in how they treated me, but in how I began to see myself. I stopped allowing their words to define me and started taking control of my own story. Here's my advice. The next time someone makes a joke at your expense, don't just brush it off. Ask yourself, is this really funny, or is there something deeper going on here? If it's the latter, don't be afraid to call them out. It might feel uncomfortable, and it might even end the friendship, but your self-respect is worth more than someone else's misguided attempt at humor. Life is too short to be surrounded by people who don't value you. If their version of friendship is constantly putting you down, it's time to seek out new friends. True friends don't need to bring you down to feel good about themselves. So, stand tall, speak up, and never let anyone reduce you to a punchline. 2. They give compliments that feel like insults. We've all experienced it. Someone offers you a compliment, but instead of feeling uplifted, you're left with a bitter taste, like you've been slapped with a velvet glove. It's the kind of compliment that makes you pause and wonder, Was that really a compliment or an insult? And here's the harsh truth. Often, it's a mix of both. These backhanded compliments are a subtle tactic used to undermine you while pretending to be kind. I remember a time when I was proud of a big project I had worked on. After putting in countless hours of effort, I finally shared it with a group of colleagues. One of them, someone I thought had my back, said with a smile, "Wow, this is actually pretty good for someone like you." At first, I was stunned. On the surface, it seemed like a compliment, but those last words, "for someone like you," hit me like a ton of bricks. What did that even mean? Was I not expected to do good work? Here's the problem. These so-called compliments aren't meant to lift you up. They're a way to keep you in your place. It's a subtle power play where the person giving the compliment is asserting their superiority while making you doubt your own abilities. What they're really saying is, "I see you trying, but you'll never be as good as me." It's toxic, but it's disguised so well that you almost don't see the harm in it. Let's face it, people who give backhanded compliments are often insecure themselves. They see your strengths and potential, and it intimidates them. So, they throw in these little digs to keep you questioning yourself, making sure you don't surpass them. It's like they're giving you a pat on the back with one hand while holding you down with the other. And here's where it gets even more complicated. We've all done this at some point, not always on purpose, but we've allowed our own insecurities to slip into a compliment that serves to remind someone of their place. But here's the important lesson. You don't have to accept these disguised jabs. You have the power to recognize them for what they are, a reflection of their own insecurities, not a measure of your worth. When someone says, "You're smarter than you look," or "This is good considering you're new at this," don't just take it. Call them out on it, even if it feels awkward. Because if you don't speak up, you allow others to control how you view yourself, and that's a power you should never give away. Over time, I learned to recognize these backhanded compliments for what they truly are, reflections of someone else's insecurities. When you see them this way, they lose their sting. Instead of taking it personally, you can almost laugh it off, because their words reveal more about them than about you. Now, when I receive a backhanded compliment, I don't just let it pass. I'll respond with something like, "Thanks, but what do you mean by that?" This forces them to face the insult hidden in their words, and it often catches them off guard. They suddenly realize you're not falling for their game, and it's incredible how quickly their attitude shifts. The key takeaway: don't let anyone's subtle negativity define who you are. Whether it's a well-meaning friend, a jealous colleague, or even a family member, your worth is never up for debate. Compliments should elevate you, not bring you down. If their words make you doubt yourself, it's time to question their intentions. Life's too short to waste on people who can't celebrate your successes genuinely. Surround yourself with those who see your value and are willing to remind you of it without hidden agendas. 3. They subtly exclude you from plans. It's often the small things that hurt the most, like realizing your so-called friends accidentally forgot to invite you to an event, dinner, or weekend getaway. They'll say it was an oversight, a last-minute thing, or worse, assume you were too busy anyway. But let's be real, these aren't accidents. This is a form of social exclusion, and it's a clear sign that you're not as valued as you think. I've been there too many times. I remember checking my phone one weekend and seeing pictures of friends enjoying an event I would have loved to attend. The kicker? Not a single person mentioned it to me beforehand. When I brought it up later, they had all kinds of excuses. "We thought you were busy," or "it was a last-minute plan." But deep down, I knew the truth. If they really wanted me there, they would have made sure I knew about it. Here's where it gets tricky. This type of exclusion isn't just thoughtless, it's intentional. It's a way of sending a message without saying anything directly. They don't want you there, but don't have the courage to say it. Instead, they hope you'll quietly fade out of the group without making a fuss. It's passive-aggressive and cowardly, but unfortunately, it's also all too common. People rarely talk about this because it's easier to pretend it's not happening. It's easier to convince yourself it was just a mistake, rather than face the painful reality that you're being pushed out. But here's the thing. If you keep accepting these excuses, you're giving them the power to continue excluding you. You're letting them decide your place in their lives, rather than taking control of your own story. I had to learn this the hard way. For a while I kept quiet, hoping I'd be included next time. But then I realized that by staying silent, I was allowing myself to be treated as an afterthought. So I did something bold. I began confronting them about it. I'd ask, "Hey, I saw you all went out last weekend. Why didn't anyone invite me?" It wasn't easy, and it definitely created some tension, but it forced them to face their behavior. And the result? The dynamics shifted. Some became defensive, while others tried to make amends. But the message was clear. I wasn't going to let them exclude me without standing up for myself. Here's the important lesson. If people truly value you, they'll make the effort to include you, no matter how last-minute the plans may be. If they don't, then it's time to reassess the worth of those relationships. You deserve to be surrounded by people who don't make you feel like you're always chasing their approval or attention. Real friends don't forget to invite you. They make sure you're there because they genuinely enjoy your company. So, if you find yourself being subtly excluded from plans, don't just let it slide. Confront the issue, ask the tough questions, and be ready for answers, even if they're not what you want to hear. Because in the end, it's better to know where you stand than to keep wondering why you keep getting left out. And remember, you're not a backup option. You're a priority. Surround yourself with people who treat you as one. 4. They're busy, but only when it's you. We've all heard the excuse, "I'm so busy these days, sorry I can't hang out." It's the perfect excuse. Who isn't busy? But what happens when a pattern emerges? They're always free for others, posting pictures from outings, catching up with mutual friends. Yet when it's your turn, they're suddenly swamped. Here's the reality. They're not too busy. They're just too busy for you. I've experienced this frustration more than I care to admit. I remember reaching out to a close friend, trying to set up time to catch up. Every time I suggested something, they had an excuse. "I'm working late. I've got too much on my plate. Maybe next week." Meanwhile, I'd see them out with others, having a blast, always managing to find time for everyone but me. It took me a while to catch on, but the message became undeniable. I wasn't a priority in their life anymore. Here's where it gets uncomfortable. We've been conditioned to accept busy as a reasonable excuse for being left out. But the truth is, people make time for what or who they care about. If they're always too busy for you, it's not about their schedule, it's about their priorities. And that's a hard truth to swallow, because it forces you to face the possibility that you might not be as important to them as they are to you. The harsh truth is that busy is often just a polite way of saying, "I don't want to spend time with you." It's easier for them to blame it on their schedule than to admit they're choosing not to include you in their life. It's a passive-aggressive way of keeping you at a distance without confronting the reality of the situation. They want to keep you on standby, just in case, without actually investing in the relationship. I've been on both sides of this, sometimes making excuses because I didn't know how to tell someone I'd outgrown the friendship. But being on the receiving end taught me a powerful lesson. It's always better to be honest, even if it's uncomfortable, than to string someone along with excuses. When I finally confronted my friend about constantly being too busy, the conversation was uncomfortable, but it was essential. It gave me the clarity I needed to move forward and invest my time and energy into relationships where I was truly valued. The underlying message here is that your time and energy are valuable. Don't waste them on people who make no effort to prioritize you. If someone is always too busy for you, it's time to reassess the relationship. You deserve to be surrounded by people who are genuinely excited to spend time with you, who make an effort to include you, not just when it suits them, but because they truly enjoy your company. It's important to recognize that people change, and so do relationships. Sometimes we hold on to people out of habit, nostalgia, or the fear of being alone, even when they have clearly moved on. But there's strength in letting go and acknowledging that you deserve more than someone's leftover time. It's not about being demanding or needy. It's about valuing yourself enough to walk away from those who don't value you. 5. They avoid physical contact like the plague. Let's address the elephant in the room, physical contact, or rather, the lack of it. We're not just talking about romantic relationships here. Physical contact is a fundamental human interaction, a way of connecting and building trust. So, what does it mean when someone goes out of their way to avoid even the simplest touch? The answer isn't pleasant. They are sending a clear signal that they are uncomfortable around you, and it's important to pay attention. I once had a colleague who would recoil whenever I tried to initiate a handshake or offer a friendly pat on the back. Initially, I thought I was imagining things, but I soon realized it wasn't just me. They were warm and tactile with everyone else, but with me, it felt like I had the plague. Eventually, I came to realize that their avoidance of physical contact wasn't just a quirk, it was a deliberate effort to keep a distance. Here's the uncomfortable truth. Physical contact is an essential part of human connection. When someone consistently avoids it, they are communicating a lack of comfort or connection. Sure, some people aren't touchy-feely, and that's fine. But when it's selective, when they're happy to hug others but stiffen up around you, it's a red flag that something isn't right. They may not explicitly dislike you, but their body language says otherwise. We've all been there, both on the giving and receiving end. Maybe you've avoided a handshake or pulled back when someone got too close because you weren't feeling the vibe. Or maybe you've been left wondering why someone always seems to flinch when you're around. It's awkward, uncomfortable, and often a sign that the relationship isn't as strong as you thought. But here's the deeper truth. Physical contact is how we express trust, warmth, and empathy. When someone avoids it with you, they are not just avoiding touch, they're avoiding intimacy, vulnerability, and closeness. They are keeping you at arm's length, both literally and figuratively. This is a clear indication that something is off in the relationship. I've learned to pay attention to these subtle signs, even when it's difficult to accept what they mean. There was a time when I dismissed the signs, convincing myself that someone's reluctance to get close was simply a personality trait. However, the more I reflected on it, the more I realized that it was about me and the nature of our relationship. When I finally addressed the issue, it led to some tough conversations, and in some cases, the end of the relationship. But ultimately, it freed me from the frustration of wondering why things felt off. The deep message: don't ignore the signs. When someone avoids physical contact with you, it's more than just a preference. It's a reflection of their comfort level and connection with you. If you start noticing this pattern, don't hesitate to bring it up. It could lead to a deeper understanding or reveal that the relationship isn't as strong as you thought. In either case, it's better to face the truth than to live in denial. You deserve relationships where physical contact isn't something to be avoided, but something that happens naturally and comfortably. Whether it's a friendly hug, a handshake, or simply sitting close without feeling awkward, these small gestures are crucial for building trust and connection. If someone consistently avoids them, it's a sign that something is wrong. Don't be afraid to ask the difficult questions, and if necessary, make tough decisions. Life is too short to be surrounded by people who keep you at a distance, both literally and figuratively. 6. They disappear when you need support. Let's face it, nothing truly reveals the nature of a relationship like a crisis. When times get tough, you find out who your real friends are. So, what does it say about someone when they disappear just when you need them most? It's not just flakiness. It's a glaring sign that they're not as invested in you as you might have thought. I learned this the hard way during a particularly challenging time in my life. I was dealing with a major personal issue that deeply affected me. Naturally, I turned to the people I considered close friends, hoping for some support, even if it was just a simple text or call. But instead, I got silence. The people I thought would be there for me suddenly had every excuse in the book. I'm swamped at work. Sorry, I'm really busy right now. I'll check in later. Spoiler alert, they never did. Here's the controversial part. Many people love to say they'll always be there for you, but when the going gets tough, they're only around for the good times. They'll celebrate with you, enjoy the highs, and laugh with you. But when things get serious, they vanish. It's easier for them to ghost you than to face your pain or discomfort. The reality is, they don't care enough to be there when it matters. Let's be honest, true support isn't about convenience. It's about being there when it's hard, when it's uncomfortable, and when you'd rather not. The people who disappear when you need them most aren't just inconsiderate. They're showing you exactly where you stand in their life. They're saying, without words, your problems aren't worth my time. I remember feeling completely heartbroken when I realized that the people I had been there for, during their breakups, family struggles, and career setbacks, couldn't be bothered to return the favor. It was a painful wake-up call, but also a valuable lesson. Nothing reveals the true nature of a relationship like a crisis. When things get tough, you find out who your real friends are. So what does it say about someone when they vanish the moment you need them most? It's not just a sign of flakiness, it's a neon warning that they're not as invested in you as you might have thought. I learned this the hard way during a particularly rough patch in my life. I was facing a major personal issue that really shook me to my core. Naturally, I turned to the people I considered close friends, expecting some level of support, even if it was just a text or a quick call. But guess what? Crickets. The people I thought would be there for me suddenly had every excuse in the book. I'm so swamped at work. Sorry, I'm really busy right now. I'll check in with you later. Spoiler alert, they never did. The controversial truth. People love to talk about how they'll always be there for you, but when push comes to shove, many of them are only around for the good times. They'll party with you, laugh with you, and enjoy the high points of your life. But the minute things get real, they're nowhere to be found. It's easier for them to ghost you than to deal with your pain or discomfort. Deep down, they don't care enough to be there when it counts. True support isn't about convenience. It's about being there when it's hard, when it's uncomfortable, and when it's the last thing you want to do. The people who disappear when you need them most aren't just being inconsiderate. They're showing you exactly where you stand in their life. They're saying, without words, your problems aren't worth my time. My wake-up call. I remember feeling absolutely gutted when I realized that the people I'd been there for in the past, during their breakups, family dramas, and career setbacks, couldn't be bothered to return the favor. It was a wake-up call, and not a pleasant one, but it was also a lesson I needed to learn. Not everyone who smiles in your face is truly in your corner. The deep message: support is the foundation of any meaningful relationship. It's easy to be around when everything's going well, but the real test of a relationship is how people respond when things fall apart. If someone disappears the moment you need them, they're not just failing you, they're showing you that they were never really there in the first place. Don't let their absence make you bitter. Let it make you better. Use it as a filter to sift out the people who don't deserve a place in your life. The ones who stick around, check in and show up, even when it's inconvenient, those are the people who truly matter. These are the relationships you should nurture and cherish. Life is too short to invest in fair-weather friends. Surround yourself with people who will stand by you in the storm, not just bask in the sunshine. When you find those rare individuals who stick around when the chips are down, you've found something worth holding on to. And as for those who disappear, let them go. They've already shown you their true colors. 7. They gossip about you behind your back. Gossip is the social poison that spreads faster than wildfire and can burn down relationships in an instant. The thing about gossip is that it's never as innocent as people often make it out to be. When someone you consider a friend talks behind your back, they aren't just sharing a harmless story. They're actively sabotaging your trust, your reputation, and your relationship. Let's be real. When someone gossips about you, it's a clear sign that they don't respect you, no matter how friendly they act in person. I've been the subject of gossip before, and let me tell you, it's one of the most gut-wrenching experiences. There was a time when I confided in someone I thought was a close friend about a personal issue. I trusted them to keep it between us, to unload some of the weight I was carrying. But within days, details of that conversation started circulating, twisted and exaggerated. It was like a game of telephone, but instead of the message getting lost, it was being weaponized against me. The person I trusted turned my vulnerability into entertainment for others. People who gossip about you aren't just venting or sharing concerns. They're playing a power game. Gossip is a way for them to elevate themselves while putting you down, all without having to confront you directly. It's cowardly, manipulative, and toxic. They're not just damaging your reputation, they're damaging the very foundation of trust that any real relationship is built on. Let's get one thing straight. People who gossip about others to you will gossip about you to others. It's a pattern, not a one-time thing. I've seen it happen too many times to count. Someone who loves to spill the tea on everyone else will suddenly go quiet when they're around you. Guess what? They're probably spilling your tea when you're not around. Gossip is the worst kind of betrayal because it's done in the shadows without giving you the chance to defend yourself or even know what's being said. I remember confronting the friend who gossiped about me, expecting some sort of apology or at least an explanation. Instead, they brushed it off, acting like it was no big deal, just a bit of harmless talk. But here's the truth. Gossip is never harmless. It's a betrayal, plain and simple, and it says far more about the person spreading it than it does about the person it's about. In the end, it's crucial to recognize the red flags in your relationships. whether it's people disappearing when you need them most or gossiping behind your back. These actions are clear signs that something isn't right. Confronting these issues, although uncomfortable, will help you focus on the relationships that truly deserve your time and energy. Imagine mastering the art of controlling your mind, a search that goes back to the Stoic philosophy, a current of thought that flourished in ancient times in Greece and Rome. This ancient philosophy maintains that by conquering our thoughts, emotions, and reactions, we can discover a deep spring of serenity and independent virtue, regardless of the external circumstances of life. In this video, we will explore the Stoic principles that help us achieve this internal mastery, allowing us to lead a more fulfilling, balanced, and meaningful life. Understanding and applying these principles is possible and can help you reach a state of serenity that allows you to face the ups and downs of life with grace and wisdom. If this is your first time on my channel, I ask you to help by subscribing and liking the video so I can continue creating more content like this in the future. The first Stoic principle is the search for inner peace, independent of the circumstances. The Stoics believe that true happiness and tranquility should not depend on external circumstances. Instead, they seek to find peace interior, regardless of the fluctuations of the outside world. This means that no matter what happens around us, we can maintain composure and the virtue of acceptance. Impermanence. The search for tranquility requires acceptance of impermanence. Stoics understand that everything in life is transitory, and clinging to things or inevitably ephemeral situations will lead to suffering. By embracing impermanence, they find a peace that is not shaken by changes. Equanimity in the face of adversity. One of the highlights of the search for tranquility is the ability to face adversity with equanimity. The Stoics see difficulties as opportunities for growth, development, resistance, and strengthening the mind's detachment. Disturbing emotions. Tranquility. Interior is achieved through detachment from disturbing emotions such as anger, fear, and despair. The Stoics teach us to recognize these emotions, but not allow them to govern our actions or decisions. To live in accordance with virtue. For the Stoics, the true source of tranquility lies in living in accordance with virtue. When we act with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, our conscience is clear and we are not tormented by feelings of guilt, remorse, or repentance. Content with sufficiency. The Stoics promote the idea that the relentless pursuit of more wealth, power, or pleasure often leads to dissatisfaction. Instead, they emphasize the importance of finding contentment with sufficiency, avoiding excessive desires and attachments to material things. Serenity as an ideal. Pursuing inner peace is seen as an ideal that must be pursued. Length of life is not achieved all at once, but is gradually cultivated through self-control, self-discipline, and the constant practice of the Stoic principles of inner freedom. The search for tranquility also is a search for inner freedom. When we are not slaves to our own emotions, desires, and external circumstances, we reach a freedom that allows us to live in agreement with our values and principles. In summary, the search for inner tranquility is one of the central pillars of philosophy. Stoicism involves independence from external circumstances, acceptance of impermanence, detachment from disturbing emotions, and a constant search for virtue. This search leads to a more serene, ethical, and meaningful life, where inner peace is not found in external things, but within ourselves. Let's delve into the second Stoic principle, which deals with the acceptance of what we cannot control. This is one of the fundamental pillars for mastering the mind and living a calmer, wiser life. The second Stoic principle is the acceptance of what we cannot control. The Stoics emphasize the idea that many events and circumstances in life are beyond our direct control. This includes the actions of other people, natural events, the past, and even the future. The key to Stoic serenity is embracing completely this reality and directing our efforts towards what we can control, mainly our own mind and actions. Understanding the Stoic span of control encourages us to create a clear distinction between the scope of control, that is to say, what is within our jurisdiction, and the external scope, that is to say, what is beyond our control. This helps to avoid unnecessary frustrations by recognizing that we cannot change certain things, like the behavior of others or past events. Detachment from unrealistic expectations. We often suffer because of unrealistic expectations. The Stoics advise letting go of excessive expectations and accepting reality as it is. This does not mean that we should be indifferent, but we must maintain our expectations aligned with what is possible and reasonable. Serene confrontation of adversity. By accepting that adversity is part of life, the Stoics develop resilience and courage to face challenges with serenity. Instead of rebelling against difficulties, we can see them as opportunities to grow and learn. Focus on reaction, not action. Although we cannot control external events, we can control how we, as Stoics, react to them. They emphasize that our ability to choose our responses is one of the greatest gifts of life. Therefore, we must concentrate our efforts on cultivating virtuous responses such as patience, compassion, and wisdom. Detachment from the past and the future. Constantly worrying about the past and the future can prevent us from living fully in the present. The Stoics remind us that the past cannot be changed and the future is uncertain. It is therefore wise to focus our attention on the here and now, where we can really make a difference. Acceptance of what we cannot control, combined with the constant search for virtue and self-transformation, is one of the paths towards inner peace and wisdom. Stoicism enables us to face the uncertainties and challenges of life in a more balanced and resilient way, allowing us to live in accordance with the Stoic principles of a virtuous life. The third Stoic principle is the practice of virtue as good supreme. The Stoics identified 4 cardinal virtues that serve as pillars for living virtuously. These virtues are wisdom, Sophia, courage, Andrea, justice, Dikaiosina, and temperance, Sophrosina. Each one of them plays an important role in the search for the good life. Wisdom, Sophia. Wisdom is the search for knowledge and understanding of the nature of the world and human nature. This implies the search for truth, self-awareness, and the ability to discern what is truly valuable in life. Courage, Andrea. Courage is the virtue that allows us to face fear and act justly, even in the midst of danger or adversity. The Stoics believed that courage was intrinsically linked to wisdom, since it requires discernment to face dangers appropriately. Justice, Dikaiosina. Justice involves acting with impartiality, equity, and respect for the rights of others. The Stoics believed that justice was an essential part of the virtuous life and of social harmony. Temperance, Sophrosina. Temperance is the control of desires and appetites, avoiding excess and unbridled indulgence. It also includes the domain over emotions and the ability to maintain serenity in all situations and circumstances. Continuous practice. The search for virtue is a continuous and challenging journey. The Stoics believed that no one is completely virtuous, but everyone can work to improve these virtues throughout their life. Virtue as a source of happiness. The Stoics taught that true happiness lies in the practice of virtue. By living according to these principles, we can find a deep sense of realization and meaning, regardless of the circumstances. Virtue as a source of self-sufficiency. The practice of virtue also leads to emotional and spiritual self-sufficiency. This means that we do not depend on external things like wealth, status, or approval to find joy and satisfaction. Self-control and self-transformation. The search for virtue requires self-control and self-transformation. It involves recognizing and learning from our imperfections and mistakes and working constantly to be better human beings in search of a meaningful life. The practice of virtue is significant as a path to a meaningful life. It enables us to make ethical decisions, live in harmony with others, and contribute to the common good. In short, the practice of virtue as the good supreme is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. It guides us in the search for wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance as means to lead a virtuous and meaningful life. Stoic virtue is not just an abstract theory, but a set of principles that can be applied in daily life to live with ethics and serenity, regardless of external circumstances. The fourth Stoic principle is the control of emotions. Mastering emotions is essential to achieving serenity and virtue, according to Stoic teachings. The Stoics recognized that emotions can be powerful and often lead us to act impulsively or irrationally. Therefore, they emphasized the importance of controlling emotions in the following ways. Self-awareness. The first step is to cultivate emotional self-awareness, which involves the ability to identify and understand our emotions as they arise. This includes recognizing when we are experiencing emotions such as anger, fear, sadness, or euphoria. Emotional distance. After recognizing an emotion, the Stoics recommend creating a certain emotional distance. Instead of letting yourself go completely with an emotion, they suggest taking a step back and examining the situation in a more objective way, reasoning about it. The Stoics believe that reason should prevail over emotion. This means using the power of rational thinking to evaluate the validity and usefulness of a specific emotion in a given situation. For example, if we are feeling anger, we should question whether anger is justified and if acting on it is the appropriate choice of response. Virtuous responses. Once we have evaluated an emotion, we must choose a response that is in line with the principles of virtue. For example, instead of reacting impulsively with anger, we can choose to respond calmly and with understanding. This requires self-control and constant practice of transforming negative emotions. The Stoics also teach the transformation of negative emotions into constructive actions. For example, instead of allowing fear to paralyze us, we can use it as motivation to take sensible precautions. Emotional equanimity. The final goal is to achieve emotional equanimity, a state in which emotions do not dominate us. This does not mean eliminating emotions, but controlling them in a way that does not negatively influence our judgment and actions. Acceptance of emotions. It is worth noting that the Stoics do not advocate the complete suppression of emotions, but rather their wise and virtuous management. They recognize that natural emotions, such as grief in the face of a loss or joy for success, are part of the human condition. Mastering emotions is a continuous and challenging process, but it is essential to live a more serene and ethical life. The Stoics believe that by controlling our emotions and choosing virtuous responses, we can live in accordance with principles such as wisdom, justice, and courage, regardless of external circumstances. This allows us to achieve a state of inner peace, which is highly valued in Stoic philosophy. The fifth Stoic principle focuses on living in the present, which is essential to mastering the mind and leading a more meaningful life. This principle encourages concentration on the here and now, avoiding ruminating on the past or having anxiety about the future. Let's go deeper into this concept. It reminds us to follow us on our Stoic Daily TikTok account and on our other social networks like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Fifth principle, Stoic focus on the present with the removal of repentance. Stoics teach that regretting the past is useless since we cannot change it. Instead of getting lost in remorse, we must learn from our mistakes and past experiences. This perspective frees us from the weight of the past and allows us to focus our efforts on the present. Reduction in anxiety about the future. Worrying excessively about the future is another source of suffering. The Stoics believe that, although it is wise to plan and prepare, we must recognize the inherent uncertainty of life and not allow anxiety about the future to dominate our thoughts and actions. Appreciation of the present moment. The present is the only moment that we really have. The Stoics encourage us to appreciate completely the present, find joy in the little things, and recognize the beauty of the world around us. This not only gives us satisfaction, but also helps us cultivate an attitude of gratitude. Focus on current tasks. Concentrating on the present also translates to being completely committed to the tasks we are doing. This means avoiding distractions and doing several things at once. Doing so allows us to carry out our activities more effectively and with greater appreciation. Here and now as a source of control. Stoic philosophy emphasizes that the only moment on which we have real control is the present. When directing our attention to the present, we can channel our efforts to make wise decisions and act ethically in the here and now without worrying excessively about what we cannot control in the future. Meditation and mindfulness practices. Practices such as meditation and mindfulness are useful tools to develop a focus on the present. They help train our minds to be more present and conscious, reducing mental agitation and promoting tranquility. Reduction of suffering. By living more in the present, we can experience less suffering caused by worries about the past or the future. This not only improves our quality of life, but also allows us to make more informed and ethical decisions. In summary, the Stoic principle focusing on the present teaches us to value the current moment, accept the impermanence of life, and find control and satisfaction in the now. This does not mean ignoring the past or neglecting planning for the future, but rather living fully and with meaning in the present, the only real moment over which we have control. This contributes to a calm mind and a more significant life. Now, let's go into the sixth Stoic principle. This principle challenges our relationship with the world exterior and sensory experiences, encouraging us to find a state of equanimity with respect to these experiences. Sixth Stoic principle: practice of indifference towards others. Pleasures and pains. The Stoics argue that the frantic search for pleasures and the fear of pain are significant sources of human suffering. To achieve serenity and virtue, it is essential to adopt an attitude of healthy indifference towards these experiences. Prudence in pleasure. Stoics do not advocate total renunciation of pleasures, but rather moderation and prudence. They remind us that the relentless pursuit of pleasure often leads to harmful excesses, while searching for moderation helps us avoid suffering that results from excessive indulgence. Detachment from pain. Similarly, the Stoics encourage us to develop courage and resilience to face pains and adversities in a calm and brave manner. Instead of fearing them, we can see them as opportunities to grow and strengthen our minds. Principle of indifference. Stoic philosophy embraces the principle of indifference towards many things external, which means that things like wealth, social status, or material success are indifferent to our virtue and happiness. This does not mean that we should not enjoy the good things of life, but we should not deposit our happiness exclusively in them, since they are outside our control. Emotional detachment. The Stoics seek to develop a healthy detachment in emotional response to external circumstances. This means that we should not let ourselves be dominated by our emotions in response to gains or losses. Instead, we must cultivate an inner peace that remains constant regardless of external changes. Focus on virtue. According to the Stoics, the true source of contentment and happiness lies in the pursuit and practice of virtue. By prioritizing wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance in our lives, we find a kind of pleasure more lasting and significant than the one offered by the ephemeral pleasures of the senses. Self-control practice. The indifference to pleasures and pain requires a high level of self-control. This implies not being slaves to our desires and not being dominated by fear of pain. When developing this self-discipline, we can make more rational and ethical decisions. In summary, the practice of indifference towards pleasures and pains is an essential part of Stoic philosophy that teaches us to find a healthy balance with sensory experiences and external events. This allows us to avoid excesses that often lead to suffering and find a deeper source of contentment in the search for virtue and self-transformation, helping us live a longer, more balanced and serene life. Now, let's explore the seventh and final Stoic principle, self-knowledge. Self-knowledge is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy and many other philosophical and spiritual traditions. For the Stoics, understanding oneself is the essential starting point for mastering the mind and therefore life. Seventh Stoic principle, self-knowledge, constant examination of oneself. Even the Stoics encourage us to engage in honest assessment and continuous self-reflection. This implies observing our own thoughts, emotions, and actions objectively and impartially, like looking in a mental mirror, and recognizing our virtues, defects, and tendencies. Identification of desires and aversions. A fundamental part of this self-assessment is recognizing our desires and aversions. We are often dominated by irrational desires or unfounded aversions that cause suffering. By identifying them, we can begin to question their validity and work to control them. Reflection about our values. The Stoics tell us to reflect on our values and principles, what is really important for us, and what we are looking for in life. This type of reflection helps to align our actions with our values, promoting more significant self-acceptance and constructive self-criticism. Self-knowledge also involves the ability to accept ourselves as we are with all our imperfections. However, this does not mean complacency, but rather recognizing the areas where we can improve and grow. Avoid self-deception. The Stoics warn us against self-deception, which is the tendency to justify our actions and rationalize harmful behaviors. Through self-knowledge, we can detect when we fall into this type of trap. Mental continuous improvement. Self-knowledge is not an end in itself, but a means to achieve self-transformation and continuous improvement. By understanding yourself better, you can work on building a more stoic mindset, cultivating virtues such as courage, temperance, wisdom, and justice. In short, self-knowledge is the solid foundation on which Stoic philosophy builds. It helps us discern what is in our control and what is not, recognize our desires and aversions, and shape our minds according to virtuous principles. It is the journey of self-discovery that empowers us to not be prisoners of our own emotions and thoughts, making us more resilient and wise in the face of life's challenges. As we explore the principles of Stoic philosophy, we find a map to master our mind and consequently our lives. From self-knowledge to the pursuit of virtue as the supreme good, these teachings enable us to navigate the turbulent waters of existence with soul, wisdom, and ethics. Stoic philosophy teaches us that true wealth lies in peace, inner self-transformation, and the constant search for virtue in a world that often presents us with challenges and uncertainties. Stoic philosophy offers a guiding light toward a more balanced and meaningful life. It is a philosophy that reminds us that despite external circumstances, we have the power to shape our minds and our actions. If you liked our video, like the video, subscribe and comment so that YouTube knows that this type of content helps people like you, and we can continue creating more similar content in the future. Did you know that the secret to transforming your life's biggest challenges into your greatest opportunities might have been discovered over 2,000 years ago? Imagine facing life's storms with a calm so powerful nothing could shake your inner peace. Sounds like a superpower, right? Well, it's not just a fantasy. This ancient superpower, it's an age-old philosophy that's as practical today as it was in the bustling markets and marble halls of ancient Rome and Greece. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control every aspect of our lives, we have absolute power over how we choose to react. And in today's world, where uncertainty seems to be the only certainty, these teachings could be the anchor we've all been searching for. What if I told you that Stoicism is more about action than thought? It's about living a life filled with purpose, resilience, and happiness, no matter what life throws your way. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but understanding and managing them to lead a more fulfilling life. So whether you're dealing with stress, facing adversity, or simply looking to find more joy in the everyday, stick around. Today we're diving deep into Stoicism, uncovering its timeless wisdom and discovering how it can transform not just the way we think, but the way we live. If you're eager to embark on this journey of transformation, don't forget to subscribe, share, and hit that like button. Stick with me till the end without skipping, because every moment of this video is a step towards uncovering the Stoic wisdom that can change your life. Focusing on what's in your control. Have you ever found yourself stuck in traffic, fuming over the delay, or scrolling through your phone only to get upset over a negative comment someone left on your post? It happens to the best of us. It's almost like our day-to-day life is filled with these little tests, challenging our mood and our peace of mind at every turn. But here's a game-changing perspective from the world of Stoicism that can turn all that frustration on its head. Stoicism This incredible philosophy that dates back to ancient Greece and Rome hands us this powerful tool, focusing on what's in our control. The great Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Think about that for a second. Traffic, bad weather, negative comments, these are all outside our control. We can't change them, no matter how much we wish we could. What we can change, however, is how we react to them. This idea isn't just ancient wisdom, it's backed by modern psychology too. Carl Jung, a giant in the field of psychology, famously stated, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." This aligns perfectly with the Stoic practice. It's about recognizing that the only real power we have is over our own reactions, thoughts, and actions. Let's break it down a bit. Say you're in that traffic jam, late for an important meeting. You can spend that time stewing in anger, honking your horn, and stressing out, which, let's be honest, won't make the cars ahead move any faster. Or you can take a deep breath, accept the situation, and maybe use the time to listen to a podcast, an audiobook, or simply enjoy some music. The traffic hasn't changed, but your response to it has. And with that shift, your stress levels drop, and your day looks a bit brighter. This Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control extends far beyond just dealing with traffic or weather. It applies to our personal goals, our reactions to others, and our approach to obstacles in life. As Marcus Aurelius, another Stoic heavyweight, reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." So next time you find yourself getting worked up over something outside your control, remember these wise words from our Stoic friends. Ask yourself, is this within my control? If it's not, let it go. Focus on your reaction, your mindset, and your actions. This simple shift can have a profound impact on your stress levels and overall happiness. It's not always easy, but it's worth practicing every day. Remember, it's about progress, not perfection. And as we learn to focus more on what's in our control, we'll find ourselves not just surviving life's challenges, but thriving in spite of them. Stoicism teaches us the art of embracing obstacles as opportunities. It sounds counterintuitive, right? Most of us are programmed to view obstacles as just that, barriers to our success and happiness. But Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus flip this narrative on its head. Embracing obstacles as opportunities. They tell us when life throws you a curveball, instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What can I learn?" This is a game changer. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and a Stoic philosopher, penned in his personal writings, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." What he means here is that every obstacle, no matter how daunting, not only tests our resilience, but also teaches us valuable lessons. It's about finding the silver lining in tough situations and using it to fuel our growth. This perspective isn't just ancient philosophy. It's backed by modern thinkers too. The famous psychologist Carl Jung said, "What you resist persists." By fighting against obstacles, we give them more power over us, but by accepting and learning from them, we can overcome them. This Stoic mindset is about transforming challenges into stepping stones towards becoming stronger and wiser. Let's make it practical. Say you're facing rejection from job applications. It's easy to fall into a spiral of self-pity and doubt, but what if you viewed each rejection as feedback? Maybe there's a skill you need to improve, or a new strategy for your job search. That shift in perspective can turn a series of rejections into a path for professional development. Another example is personal conflicts. They're uncomfortable and stressful, but they also offer a chance to practice patience, empathy, and communication skills. Every disagreement is an opportunity to understand different viewpoints and to refine our conflict resolution abilities. The essence of embracing obstacles as opportunities lies in asking ourselves, what can this situation teach me? Instead of being passive victims of circumstance, we become active learners and problem solvers. This doesn't mean that facing obstacles becomes easy, but it does mean that we approach them with a mindset geared towards growth and learning. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is the heart of Stoicism. It's about seeing beyond the immediate pain or frustration of an obstacle and finding the lessons and opportunities it presents. So when you're faced with a challenge, big or small, try to pause and reframe it. Ask yourself what you can learn from the situation and how it can make you stronger and wiser. Remember, obstacles aren't just hurdles to overcome, they're opportunities to grow. By adopting this Stoic mindset, we can navigate life's ups and downs with more grace, resilience, and wisdom. It's something we hear about all the time, right? Live in the now. But what does that really mean, and why is it so important? Living in the present moment is about fully embracing and experiencing where you are at this very second, not letting your mind wander off to the worries of tomorrow or the regrets of yesterday. It's about realizing that life, with all its beauty, challenges, and surprises, happens in the now. This concept isn't new. It's been a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, echoed by great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. And it's been reiterated by modern psychologists and thinkers. Let's start with the Stoics. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future." Living in the present moment. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. He understood that the power of living in the present lies in its ability to ground us, to clear our minds of distractions, and to allow us to appreciate the richness of life as it unfolds. But why is it so hard to stay present? Our minds are often cluttered with thoughts, worries about what's next, or replaying things that have already happened. This constant mental noise pulls us away from the beauty and potential of the here and now. As the famous psychologist Carl Jung put it, the least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it. Living in the present moment gives meaning to the small everyday experiences, enriching our lives beyond measure. Aristotle talked about the importance of being mindful of the present to achieve eudaimonia, a state of being happy, healthy, and prosperous. He believed that by focusing on the here and now, we could live a virtuous life, making the most of our human experience. So how can we practice living in the present? It starts with mindfulness, the art of paying attention to the present moment without judgment. When you eat, savor each bite. When you walk, notice the feeling of the ground under your feet. Listen actively when someone is speaking to you instead of planning what you're going to say next. These simple acts of mindfulness bring us back to the present, making our lives richer and more meaningful. Seneca offered this wisdom. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. He understood that anxiety about what's to come or what has been only serves to diminish our happiness in the now. Living in the present isn't about ignoring the future or forgetting the past. It's about finding a balance where we learn from our past and plan for our future without letting those activities consume our present. It's in this balance that we find peace and contentment. Remember, every moment is an opportunity to reset and refocus on the now. It's in the present that we live, love, and make memories. So let's make a conscious effort to be more present in our lives. Let's cherish the now, for this moment right here is where life truly happens. I know the word self-discipline might bring to mind images of rigid schedules and a life devoid of fun, but let's reshape that picture together. Self-discipline is not about restricting your life. It's about empowering yourself to make choices that align with your deepest values and long-term aspirations. It's choosing what's right for you, not what's easy in the moment. At its core, building self-discipline is about mastery over ourselves. It's about saying yes to things that serve us and no to things that don't, even when it's tough. Think about it. Whether it's sticking to a workout routine, saving money instead of impulse buying, or turning off Netflix to focus on a project, these choices might not deliver instant gratification, but they pave the way for long-term satisfaction and success. Stoic philosophy has a lot to say about self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This powerful statement highlights the essence of self-discipline. It's about controlling our impulses, building self-discipline, emotions and actions despite the external temptations and distractions that life throws our way. Seneca offers wisdom on the subject too. He advises us to be steadfast and control our desires rather than being controlled by them. He understood that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to govern ourselves and our appetites. But why is self-discipline so critical? Aristotle, the ancient Greek philosopher, sheds light on this. He believed that we achieve excellence and virtue through habit. By practicing self-discipline, we cultivate habits that lead us toward our best selves. It's not about occasional acts of willpower, but about consistently making choices that reflect our values and goals. Building self-discipline also ties into modern psychological understanding. Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our personality to live fully. This integration requires self-discipline, as we must navigate the desires of different parts of our psyche, choosing paths that contribute to our overall well-being and growth. So how can we build self-discipline in our daily lives? Start small. Pick one area you want to improve, whether it's your diet, exercise routine, or spending habits. Set clear, achievable goals and take it one day at a time. Remember, every time you make a choice that aligns with your goals, you're building the muscle of self-discipline. Epictetus reminds us, "No great thing is created suddenly." Self-discipline is built through small, consistent actions. It's about progress, not perfection. Every day presents new opportunities to practice self-discipline, to choose actions that move us closer to who we want to be. Building self-discipline is a journey. It's about finding balance between what we want now and what we want most. It's about making choices that might be hard in the moment, but will bring us closer to our goals, happiness, and peace in the long run. So let's commit to this journey together, supporting one another in choosing what's right, not what's easy. Remember, in the realm of self-discipline lies the path to achieving our dreams and living a life we truly love. When life throws its curveballs, We all experience a whirlwind of emotions. Feeling angry, sad, or frustrated is a natural part of being human. But here's the kicker. It's not just about the emotions we feel, it's about how we handle them. That's where the magic of emotional resilience comes in. Emotional resilience is like this superpower that allows us to navigate through life's storms with grace and come out stronger on the other side. It's about acknowledging our emotions, understanding them, and then taking positive steps to move forward rather than being swept away by the tide of our feelings. The Stoics had a lot to say about this. Marcus Aurelius, for example, reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This profound insight touches the essence of emotional resilience. It's about recognizing that while we might not have control over what happens to us, we have control over how we respond. Developing emotional resilience. Our emotions don't have to control our actions. Seneca offers wisdom on facing adversity without losing our composure. He teaches that life's hardships are tests of our character and resilience. By facing our feelings with understanding and patience, we can grow wiser and more robust. But how do we develop this emotional resilience? It starts with self-awareness. Being mindful of our emotions and reactions helps us understand ourselves better. It's okay to feel what we're feeling, but instead of reacting impulsively, we can choose to respond in a way that aligns with our values and long-term well-being. Aristotle spoke about the golden mean, finding the balance between excess and deficiency. This concept applies beautifully to emotional resilience. It's about finding a balanced response to our emotions, not suppressing them or letting them overpower us. Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our psyche to achieve wholeness. Part of this process involves confronting our emotions, understanding them, and learning from them. This is at the heart of developing emotional resilience. So what can you do when you're in the grip of strong emotions? First, give yourself permission to feel. Acknowledge your emotions without judgment. Then, take a step back and try to understand what triggered these feelings. This reflection can provide valuable insights into your emotional patterns and triggers. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is a powerful reminder that our reactions to our emotions can shape our experiences. Instead of being reactive, we can choose to respond in a way that is constructive and healing. Developing emotional resilience is a journey. It involves practicing mindfulness, self-reflection, and patience. It's about building a toolkit of coping strategies like journaling, talking to a trusted friend, or practicing relaxation techniques. Most importantly, it's about treating yourself with kindness and compassion as you navigate through your emotions. Emotional resilience is not about never feeling negative emotions. It's about learning to ride the waves of those emotions with grace and coming out on the other side stronger and more self-aware. By developing emotional resilience, we empower ourselves to face life's challenges with courage and poise. Let's embrace this journey together, supporting each other in becoming more emotionally resilient and ultimately living a more fulfilling life. The Stoics, including great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, used this concept not to create fear, but to inspire a deeper appreciation for every moment. They believed that by keeping the inevitability of death in mind, we would live more fully, consciously, and with gratitude for the present. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often reflected on the transience of life, encouraging us to live in a way that's true to our values and to make the most of the time we're given. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think, he wrote. This isn't about being morose. It's a call to action, a reminder to focus on what truly matters. Memento mori, remember you will die. To let go of petty concerns and to live with purpose and integrity. Seneca too spoke about the shortness of life, urging us not to waste time on trivialities, but to focus on creating a meaningful existence. He believed that being mindful of death encourages us to live more wisely and to cherish our relationships and experiences. Epictetus emphasized the importance of focusing on the present and making the best use of our time. By remembering that we won't live forever, we're more likely to live ethically and to appreciate the beauty and richness of life. But how can we incorporate memento mori into our own lives without it feeling like a dark cloud over our heads? It starts with shifting our perspective. Instead of seeing the awareness of death as something fearful, we can view it as a powerful motivator to live our lives to the fullest. It's about embracing the present, not postponing our dreams or happiness for some undefined future that's not guaranteed. Think about the things you've been putting off. Maybe it's pursuing a passion, reconnecting with loved ones, or simply taking time to appreciate the small joys of everyday life. Memento mori reminds us not to take our time for granted. It encourages us to live more authentically, to say what we mean, to love openly, and to be present in our lives. This concept also teaches us to appreciate the impermanence of life, which in turn deepens our gratitude for the moments we have. When we remember that our time is limited, we're more likely to cherish our experiences, to live more mindfully, and to express our gratitude for the people and moments that enrich our lives. So let's use memento mori not as a source of fear, but as a catalyst for growth, gratitude, and a deeper appreciation of life. Let it remind us to make choices that align with our deepest values, to cherish our relationships, and to savor the beauty of the present moment. Remembering that we will die one day encourages us to live more fully today. In embracing memento mori, we find a powerful reminder to live not in fear of death, but in celebration of life. Let's make every moment count, not because we're afraid of its end, but because we're in love with life itself. Let's live in a way that when our time does come, we can look back with no regrets, knowing we lived fully, loved deeply, and appreciated the incredible journey that life is. It's fascinating how such a simple concept can have a profound impact on our lives. It's about shifting our focus to what we have rather than dwelling on what we're missing. This practice can be a real game changer, especially on those days that feel like an uphill battle. The Stoics, wise as they were, had a lot to say about gratitude. They believed that happiness doesn't come from having more, but from appreciating what we already have. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the importance of focusing on the present and finding joy in the simple things. He said, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." This is gratitude in its purest form, recognizing the value of life itself and the many gifts it offers us each day. Practicing gratitude. Seneca talked about how our desires can lead us astray, always chasing after more and never finding true satisfaction. He suggested that by focusing on what we have and understanding that the best things in life are already within our grasp, we can find real contentment. Epictetus, known for his practical approach to Stoic philosophy, encouraged his followers to appreciate their current circumstances, whatever they might be. He believed that by accepting and finding value in our present situation, we could live a more fulfilled life. But how do we practice gratitude, especially when life throws curveballs our way? It starts with making it a daily habit. Each morning or evening, take a moment to reflect on 3 things you're grateful for. It could be as simple as a warm cup of coffee, a conversation with a friend, or the beauty of a sunset. This practice helps to rewire our brains to focus on the positive, boosting our mood and overall outlook on life. Gratitude also means embracing the challenges and finding lessons within them. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this?" This shift in perspective can help us appreciate our experiences, both good and bad, as valuable steps on our journey. Moreover, practicing gratitude helps us build stronger connections with others. By expressing appreciation for the people in our lives, we not only brighten their day, but also strengthen our relationships. A simple thank you can go a long way in showing someone that they're valued and loved. Aristotle spoke about the importance of recognizing the good in our lives and striving for a virtuous life. He believed that gratitude was a key part of achieving eudaimonia, or true happiness, as it allows us to appreciate the goodness around us and within ourselves. Even modern psychology supports the benefits of gratitude. Studies have shown that people who practice gratitude regularly experience less anxiety, sleep better, and have a more positive outlook on life. It's like Carl Jung said, the word happiness would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. By acknowledging and being grateful for the full spectrum of our experiences, we find a deeper, more authentic form of happiness. So let's make gratitude a cornerstone of our daily lives. Let's celebrate the small victories, cherish the moments of connection, and find joy in the simple pleasures. By focusing on what we have, not what we're missing, we can cultivate a sense of abundance and happiness that shines from within. Remember, it's not happiness that brings us gratitude. It's gratitude that brings us happiness. Let's fill our glasses half full, raise them high, and toast to the beauty of gratitude in our lives. Cheers to finding the silver lining, even on the cloudiest of days. The Stoics had a profound understanding of personal excellence. They believed that excellence, or virtue, is the sole good, and that everything we do should aim towards living a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, is a prime example of someone who strived for personal excellence. He once said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This simple yet powerful statement encapsulates the essence of personal excellence. It's about embodying the values we admire and striving to live by them every day. Focusing on personal excellence. Seneca emphasized the importance of self-improvement and learning. He advocated for a life lived in accordance with nature and reason, suggesting that true excellence comes from within and is reflected in our actions and choices. Epictetus highlighted the role of personal responsibility in achieving excellence. He taught that our reactions, our emotions, and our will are within our control, and mastering them is key to living a life of virtue. But what does focusing on personal excellence look like in our day-to-day lives? It starts with setting personal standards based on our values and aspirations, not societal expectations or the achievements of others. It's about knowing who we are, understanding our strengths and weaknesses, and taking consistent steps towards improvement. Personal excellence is also about resilience. It's about how we respond to setbacks and failures, not just our successes. Like Aristotle said, excellence is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. This means embracing challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, rather than seeing them as obstacles. Moreover, focusing on personal excellence involves cultivating a growth mindset, a concept championed by modern psychology. It's the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. This mindset encourages us to embrace challenges, persist in the face of setbacks, and see effort as a path to mastery. Personal excellence also means living authentically. It's about being true to ourselves and our values, even when it's not easy. It's about making choices that reflect who we are and who we want to be, and taking pride in our journey, including the struggles and the triumphs. Practicing gratitude, as we discussed earlier, ties into personal excellence too. By appreciating what we have and where we are on our journey, we foster a positive outlook that supports our growth and well-being. So let's commit to focusing on personal excellence. Let's set our own standards, embrace our unique paths, and take pride in our progress. Remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about being proud of who we are and how we live. It's about celebrating our efforts, learning from our experiences, and always striving to be the best versions of ourselves. Together, let's make personal excellence not just a goal, but a way of life. In a world saturated with social media, where likes, follows, and comments often dictate our self-worth, it's easy to fall into the trap of valuing ourselves through the lens of others' opinions. But here's a liberating truth. Your worth isn't based on external validation. It's about being true to yourself, embracing your authenticity, and living in alignment with your values. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers we keep turning to for timeless wisdom, had a lot to say about this. They taught that our inner peace and freedom come from focusing on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, our integrity, not the fluctuating opinions of others. Not caring what others think. Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all the rest of men, but yet sets less value on his own opinion of himself than on the opinions of others." This striking observation highlights the paradox many of us live with, valuing others' judgments over our own self-assessment. Seneca echoed this sentiment by emphasizing the importance of living a life true to oneself, not one shaped by the expectations or approval of others. He believed that true contentment comes from within, from living a life that's congruent with our principles and values. Epictetus taught that worrying about others' opinions is outside our control and therefore not worth our energy. He encouraged focusing instead on our own actions and on living virtuously, as that's where our true power lies. So how can we start caring less about what others think and more about being true to ourselves? First, it's about understanding that you are the author of your life story. You have the power to define your worth, not society, not your social media followers, nor the people around you. It's about grounding your self-esteem in who you are, the values you stand for, the kindness you spread, and the effort you put into being your best self. Second, practice self-reflection. Ask yourself, whose life am I living? Am I making choices based on my desires, or am I trying to fit into someone else's mold? Reflecting on these questions can help realign your actions with your true self. Third, embrace vulnerability. Being true to yourself means being open about your flaws and all, understanding that perfection is an illusion. It's okay to be a work in progress, making mistakes and learning from them. This authenticity attracts the right people into your life, those who appreciate the real you. Moreover, remember the words of Aristotle, who spoke about the golden mean, finding balance in life. Applying this to our concern for others' opinions, it's about finding a healthy balance between considering constructive feedback and maintaining our autonomy and self-worth. Incorporating a Stoic mindset into our lives means understanding that our worth is determined by our virtues, our actions, and our commitment to living a meaningful life, not by external accolades or approval. It's about building a strong inner fortress that remains unshaken by the fleeting opinions of others. Let's commit to valuing ourselves for who we truly are, not for the likes, follows, or approval we receive. Let's be courageous in our authenticity, living lives that resonate with our deepest truths. Remember, your worth is inherent and unique, and by being true to yourself, you shine your light in the most genuine way possible. Let's not just navigate life, but thrive in it, with the confidence that comes from knowing we are living authentically, aligned with our values and true to ourselves. Here's the thing. Accepting change is not just necessary, it's vital for our growth and happiness. The reality is, the only constant in life is change. Learning to go with the flow and embrace life's inevitable shifts makes navigating through them less scary and more of an adventure. The Stoics, accepting change, had an incredibly healthy perspective on change. They saw it as a natural part of the universe's rhythm. Marcus Aurelius said, "Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs?" This profound acceptance of change as part of the fabric of life helps us understand that each change, whether we perceive it as good or bad, has its place in our story. Seneca taught that becoming too attached to our current circumstances can lead to disappointment, because inevitably those circumstances will change. He advised us to be flexible and to understand that change is not just a part of life, but a necessary component of our personal development and happiness. Epictetus encouraged us to distinguish between what we can control and what we can't. He pointed out that while we can't control external events, we can control our attitudes towards them. This mindset is incredibly empowering when it comes to dealing with change. It's about focusing on our responses, finding the opportunities for growth within the change, and moving forward with resilience. But how can we become more accepting of change? First, by acknowledging that change is inevitable. It's the natural order of things. Everything around us is in a constant state of flux. Seasons change, people come and go, and our very cells are renewing themselves as we speak. Embracing change means embracing life itself. Second, by practicing mindfulness. Being present in the moment allows us to appreciate our current experiences without clinging to them. This awareness creates a space for acceptance when those experiences inevitably evolve or come to an end. Third, by seeking the lessons in change. Every shift in our lives, no matter how challenging, comes with opportunities to learn and grow. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this?" This shift in perspective can turn the challenges of change into stepping stones for personal development. Aristotle spoke about the importance of pursuing a virtuous life as the key to happiness. Part of virtue is adaptability, the ability to navigate life's changes with grace and wisdom. It's about finding balance and harmony within the flux of life. Modern psychology supports this Stoic approach to change. Viewing change as an opportunity rather than a threat can significantly reduce our stress and anxiety levels. It can enhance our resilience, making us better equipped to handle whatever life throws our way. Let's remind ourselves that change is not just something to endure, but to welcome as a natural, enriching part of our journey. By accepting change, we open ourselves to new experiences, growth, and the beautiful unfolding of our unique paths in life. Remember, going with the flow isn't about passivity. It's about actively engaging with life in its full, dynamic complexity. Let's navigate the currents of change with courage, grace, and a heart open to the endless possibilities that change brings. Despite our differences, we're all in this together, navigating the complex journey of life. By fostering an understanding and caring attitude towards others, we contribute to making the world a kinder. Practicing compassion and empathy. More loving place. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers who continue to enlighten us with their timeless wisdom, placed great importance on the virtues of compassion and empathy. They believed in the interconnectedness of all humans and taught that kindness and understanding towards others are essential aspects of living a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, reminded us that human beings are social creatures by nature, meant to live in harmony and cooperation with one another. He said, "What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee." This beautifully illustrates the idea that our well-being is intrinsically linked to the well-being of others. Seneca emphasized the importance of treating others with kindness and generosity. He argued that compassion is a natural human instinct and that by helping others, we also help ourselves. In his writings, Seneca encourages us to extend our empathy even to those who have wronged us, understanding that they too are acting out of their own struggles and limitations. Epictetus taught that we should strive to understand others' perspectives, recognizing that everyone has their reasons for their actions. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather approaching others with a mindset of empathy, seeking to understand their experiences and viewpoints. But how can we practice compassion and empathy in our daily lives? It starts with listening, truly listening to the stories, experiences, and feelings of those around us. It's about putting ourselves in their shoes, imagining their struggles, their joys, their fears, and their hopes. This act of understanding can bridge the gap between us, fostering a sense of connection and shared humanity. Another way to cultivate compassion and empathy is through acts of kindness, no matter how small. A smile, a kind word, a listening ear. These can all make a significant difference in someone's day. By being present and attentive to others, we signal that they matter, that their feelings and experiences are valid and important. Practicing compassion and empathy also means being there for others in times of need, offering support and understanding without judgment. It's about recognizing the value and dignity of every person, regardless of our differences. The ancient philosopher Aristotle spoke about the importance of friendship and the role of empathy in building strong, meaningful relationships. He believed that true friends not only share in each other's joys, but also in their sorrows, supporting each other with empathy and understanding. Modern psychology supports the Stoic emphasis on compassion and empathy, showing that these virtues not only enhance our relationships, but also our own emotional well-being. By caring for others, we foster a sense of belonging, purpose, and happiness in our own lives. Let's remind ourselves that behind every face is a story, behind every action is a reason, and that by understanding and caring for each other, we make the world a kinder, gentler place. In doing so, we not only enrich the lives of those around us, but also find deeper fulfillment and joy in our own lives. Together, let's spread kindness like confetti, creating ripples of compassion that transform the world, one act of empathy at a time. Reflecting and reviewing regularly. This is about taking a pause, a real, meaningful pause, to look back on our actions, our thoughts, and the paths we've tread. It's about growth, introspection, and aligning our lives with our deepest values. In a world that's always rushing forward, this practice is our anchor, ensuring we're not just being swept away, but are sailing in the direction that's true to us. The Stoics, with their profound insights into human nature, placed immense value on the practice of reflection. Marcus Aurelius, in his personal writings, which we now treasure as meditations, offered a model of this practice. He didn't just rule an empire. He took the time to examine his life, his decisions, and his moral compass. Through writing, he saw this reflection as essential to living a life of virtue and purpose. "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts," he wrote, reminding us that our internal dialogue shapes our external reality. Seneca recommended regular self-assessment as a way to foster self-improvement and wisdom. He likened life to a play, suggesting that we periodically review our roles and performances. Are we acting in harmony with the character we wish to embody? Are our actions reflective of the script we value, the script of our lives? Epictetus encouraged his students to end each day with a review of their actions and attitudes. This wasn't about self-criticism, but about self-awareness and growth. He urged us to ask ourselves, what did I do well? What did I do wrong? What duties left undone? Through such questions, we can steer our lives more consciously, making adjustments that bring us closer to our ideals. But how do we incorporate this Stoic practice of reflection and review into our modern lives? First, by making it a habit. Dedicate a few minutes each day, perhaps before bedtime, to reflect on your day. What were your victories? Where did you face challenges, and how did you respond? This practice can start as a mental exercise, but writing it down can enhance its benefits, giving you a tangible record of your journey. Second, use reflection as a tool for gratitude. In reviewing your day, also take note of the moments, no matter how small, that brought you joy or gratitude. This balances our natural tendency to focus on the negative, cultivating a more positive outlook on life. Third, approach this practice with kindness. Reflection is not about berating yourself for mistakes, but about recognizing them as opportunities for learning and growth. Be as understanding and supportive to yourself as you would be to a dear friend. Aristotle spoke about the importance of living a reflective life. He believed that true wisdom comes from understanding ourselves, our actions, and our place in the world. This reflection is the essence of living an examined life, one that's in accordance with virtue and excellence. In modern psychology, the benefits of regular reflection are well documented, showing improvements in mental health, clarity of purpose, and personal growth. Reflecting on our experiences helps us process emotions, learn from our actions, and make more informed decisions moving forward. Let's commit to this practice of reflecting and reviewing regularly. Let it be our guidepost, ensuring that we're not just passively experiencing life, but actively shaping it according to our values. By taking the time to look back, we gain the insight needed to move forward more aligned, more aware, and more in tune with the essence of who we are and who we aspire to be. Let's cherish this journey of introspection, for it is in knowing ourselves that we find the path to true fulfillment and joy. Each of these lessons from Stoicism isn't just ancient wisdom. They're life hacks that can help us deal with stress, make better decisions, and find peace in chaos. Remember, it's not the challenges along the way that define us, but the strength we find in facing them, the wisdom we gather, and the compassion we share. Each step, each reflection, each act of kindness is a brushstroke in the masterpiece that is your life. So let's not just exist, let's live vibrantly, purposefully, authentically. As we part ways today, I encourage you not to let the inspiration end here. On the screen, you'll find a playlist that's a treasure trove of wisdom, stories, and strategies to help you navigate life's twists and turns with grace and resilience. Click on it, dive deeper, and continue to sculpt the most authentic version of yourself. Together, let's keep growing, keep reflecting, and keep embracing the beautiful complexity of life. Thank you for sharing this time with me. Until we meet again, remember to live not just for the applause, but for the cause of being your most genuine self. Take care and see you on the next step of our journey. In the hustle and bustle of everyday life, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, like we're drowning in stress and uncertainty. But there's a way to stay calm in the midst of the storm. It's a path to inner peace that has endured through the ages. Imagine this. No matter what life throws at you, work demands, personal struggles, unexpected setbacks, you remain steady, calm, and composed. This isn't just a fantasy, it's the core of Stoicism, a philosophy that teaches us how to manage our emotions and reactions to live a more meaningful life. In this video, we're going deep into the heart of Stoicism, exploring 10 timeless principles that can completely reshape the way you handle life's challenges. These aren't vague ideas, they're practical, everyday tools for building emotional strength and resilience. If you're dealing with a tough relationship, drowning in responsibilities, or just searching for greater meaning, Stoic wisdom offers powerful insights and real strategies to help you rise above. So stay with me as we walk through these life-changing Stoic teachings. From finding your life's purpose to gaining control over your emotions, each principle will move you closer to a life where your peace of mind is no longer at the mercy of outside circumstances. By the end of this video, you'll have practical knowledge and tools to help you stay calm and confident, no matter what life brings. Let's begin this journey together and uncover how ancient Stoic wisdom can lead you to lasting inner peace and real happiness. And hey, if you're enjoying this content and want to support the channel, do me a small favor. Hit that subscribe button and don't skip a second of the video. Now, picture sailing across a vast ocean without knowing where you're going. You drift aimlessly, tossed around by every wave and gust of wind. That's what life feels like without a clear purpose, directionless and at the mercy of the world around you. Epictetus stressed how vital it is to have a solid sense of purpose. He said, "Difficulties show a person's character, and the greater the difficulty, the more glory in overcoming it." This isn't just theory, it's a call to action. Having a firm purpose is like having a compass. It helps you steer through life's rough seas. But this purpose doesn't just appear. You shape it through honest reflection on what truly matters to you. It's more than career goals or accomplishments. It's about the values and principles you want to build your life around. So ask yourself, what do I truly believe in? What kind of person do I want to become? Answering these questions is the first step to discovering your true purpose. Once you've identified it, that purpose becomes your anchor in the storm. Life's challenges won't disappear, but they'll become easier to face. What once felt like massive obstacles now becomes part of the path you're walking. Think about it this way. When your goals and values are crystal clear, the world doesn't feel as overwhelming. Huge problems become manageable steps towards something meaningful. That's the kind of inner strength Stoicism helps you build. A firm purpose isn't something you stumble upon. It comes from deep, honest reflection. You have to go beyond surface-level wants and fleeting desires and look into what really drives you. That might mean rethinking your life path, breaking old habits, or seeing things from a new perspective. It's a journey of self-discovery, constantly aligning yourself with what matters most. And once you've found that purpose and committed to it, the next step is protecting and nurturing it. That means perseverance. It means staying consistent with your goals, even when things get hard. You show up every day, keep pushing through challenges, and understand that setbacks are part of the journey. Remember, your purpose isn't just a goal you reach. It's a guiding light that leads you forward. It offers clarity, confidence, and resilience. Think of it as a lighthouse in the night, keeping you safe when the waters get rough. When everything around you is chaotic, your purpose helps you stay grounded. That's the true power of Stoicism. It's not just a list of rules, it's a deep understanding of willpower and determination. Epictetus reminds us that our true strength lies in staying committed to our purpose, no matter the obstacles. When you live with that mindset, nothing is impossible, and your spirit can't be shaken. So take time to reflect on your purpose, write it down, embrace it, let it guide you. Your purpose will be your anchor, your light, and your strength through life's storms. Now, when someone offends us, our natural reaction is often hurt or anger. But this is where Stoicism gives us a powerful insight. Our emotions come from our thoughts and interpretations, not from the events themselves. That means we have the power to choose how we respond. Rather than letting offense take over, we can use it as a chance to build patience and self-awareness. Every time you hold back from reacting impulsively, you're strengthening your mind. You're learning to stay steady and in control, even under pressure. Mastering your mind isn't just a useful skill, it's an art. And like any art, it requires daily practice. Start with simple habits that help you take charge of your thoughts. For example, try setting small, achievable goals each day. Every time you hit a goal, you boost your self-confidence and strengthen your ability to manage your thoughts. Focus on being present and gaining a deeper understanding of your emotions. As you begin to recognize your power to choose how you respond, you'll grow more resilient and less affected by negative emotions. Think of a baker who commits daily to improving their craft. This baker isn't influenced by praise or criticism. They remain focused on refining their skills and ignore outside opinions. Their unwavering commitment leads to genuine peace and freedom. In the same way, when you protect your mind from outside influences, you can concentrate on your personal development. Protecting your mind also means creating healthy boundaries. Be careful about what you allow into your mental space. Just as you wouldn't bring trash into your home, don't allow negative thoughts, toxic relationships, or harmful content to crowd your mind. Instead, Surround yourself with positive influences that lift and inspire you. Read enriching books, engage in thoughtful conversations, and spend time with people who support your growth. Stoic philosophy isn't just ancient wisdom. It's a powerful guide for navigating modern life. When we learn to manage our thoughts and emotions with maturity, we find real peace and freedom even in an unpredictable world. It's not about ignoring emotions, but understanding them fully and responding in ways that align with your values and purpose. One effective method is practicing mindfulness or meditation. These techniques help you become more aware of your thoughts and feelings, creating space between what happens and how you react. In that space lies your strength and freedom. When you practice mindfulness regularly, you train your mind to observe without reacting impulsively, giving you better control over your emotions. Another key part of guarding your mind is adopting a growth mindset. See challenges not as threats, but as chances to grow. When difficulties arise, remind yourself that each one is an opportunity to become wiser and stronger. This shift in mindset changes how you experience hardship, helping you become more resilient and less affected by negativity. Keep in mind, protecting your mind is a continuous journey. It's about always choosing to focus on what's within your control, your thoughts, reactions, and mindset. It's rejecting the idea of being a victim and instead choosing to take charge of your own life. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes, and over time, outside events will have less influence on your inner peace. Epictetus taught that while we can't control others' actions or opinions, we can control how we respond. Even when someone criticizes us harshly, we have the ability to decide how much we let it affect us. In our current world, this means accepting that people have different perspectives and values that may not match our own. Disagreements and harsh words are a part of life, but what matters is how we deal with them. The first step is understanding yourself, your motives and reasons for your actions. When you know you're acting in line with your values, criticism loses its power. Negative comments don't carry as much weight when you're confident in your intentions. This kind of self-awareness builds a strong inner foundation that helps protect you from being overly influenced by others. When someone criticizes you, don't react immediately. Take a moment to think. Ask if there's any truth in what they said. Even harsh feedback can sometimes offer helpful insight. That doesn't mean you have to accept all criticism, but being open to it shows maturity and a desire to grow. Stoicism also teaches us to be patient and gentle. Patience helps us stay calm instead of reacting impulsively, and gentleness keeps our relationships healthy, even when we're criticized or disagreed with. Think about saints and wise individuals who remained kind and patient in the face of insults and hardships, staying true to their path. Following their example, we too can preserve our peace by practicing patience and kindness. Developing a thick skin is another important skill. This doesn't mean becoming insensitive or ignoring all feedback. Instead, it's about being emotionally strong. Not all criticism reflects who you are. Sometimes people project their own issues onto others. Recognizing this helps you not take things personally or let them damage your self-esteem. Remember, you have the power to choose how you respond. That choice is at the heart of Stoic wisdom. Just because someone criticizes you doesn't mean their opinion defines you. You can accept what's helpful and ignore what isn't. This way you grow and improve without being dragged down by negativity. Having open and respectful conversations is another powerful way to deal with criticism. If the feedback comes from someone close, like a friend or family member, consider talking it through with them. Calmly ask for clarification and share your point of view. This can help clear up any misunderstandings and also strengthen your relationship through honest dialogue and mutual respect. Responding to criticism in a thoughtful way can also influence those around you. When people see you handle feedback with calmness, grace, and a willingness to learn, they often admire your composure and may be inspired to do the same. You become a positive example of resilience and emotional maturity, demonstrating Stoic values in daily life. Epictetus taught that it's not events themselves that disturb us, but how we think about them. So when someone offends you, it's not necessarily their words or actions that cause pain, it's your interpretation and emotional reaction. The real power lies in your hands. You get to decide how much an offense will affect you. This insight is freeing because it shifts the focus from things outside your control to your own thoughts and responses. Transforming offense doesn't mean you deny your emotions. It's completely normal to feel hurt or angry. Stoicism encourages you to acknowledge those feelings without letting them dominate your actions. It's about creating a mental pause between what happens and how you respond. In that pause is where your true power lies, your ability to choose a reaction that aligns with your principles and long-term goals. A useful way to shift your perspective is through cognitive reframing. When you feel offended, try viewing the situation differently. Rather than dwelling on what upset you, ask what you can learn from it. That doesn't mean agreeing with the person who offended you, but it gives you a chance to find wisdom in the experience and grow. For example, if someone questions your life choices, instead of taking offense, reflect on whether there's any useful insight or reaffirm your values with greater clarity. Stoic teachings also highlight the importance of empathy. If someone offends you, try to consider their situation. What might they be dealing with that led them to act that way? This empathetic outlook helps you respond with understanding rather than anger. It's not about excusing poor behavior, but recognizing that everyone faces personal battles. Another effective approach is practicing forgiveness. Holding on to resentment only hurts you. It's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. When you choose to forgive, you let go of that emotional burden. Forgiveness doesn't mean justifying the offense. It's about freeing yourself so you can move forward with clarity and peace. According to Stoicism, real strength comes from facing and rising above life's challenges, not avoiding them. Every offense is an opportunity to grow stronger emotionally. Just like muscles develop through resistance, your character builds through adversity. The more you practice turning offenses into learning moments, the more natural it becomes, and eventually, external negativity will have less impact on your peace of mind. Keep in mind that transforming offense is an ongoing process. It's not about being perfect, but about being intentional and committed to growing over time. Each time you choose a constructive response, you strengthen the habit and make it easier to stay composed in the future. Epictetus also made a profound point. We are the ones who assign meaning to events, which in turn creates emotions like fear and shame. These feelings don't come from the events themselves. They come from how we interpret them. Once we realize this, we can begin to shift our perception and take control of how we experience fear and shame. Fear often stems from uncertainty or anticipating negative outcomes. Though it serves as a protective instinct, it can also become overwhelming. Stoicism teaches us to face our fears directly rather than run from them. Start by asking yourself, what exactly am I afraid of? Break it down into clear concerns. Often, just analyzing fear logically takes away much of its power. Take public speaking, for example. You might fear being judged or making mistakes, but once you recognize that your audience is there to listen and learn, not to criticize, you realize that even if you stumble, it's not a disaster. Most speakers have missteps. With preparation and practice, your confidence grows and your fear shrinks with each experience. Shame is a deep emotion that can make us feel unworthy, often rooted in social expectations or past failures. Stoicism encourages us to meet shame with bravery and compassion. It's about owning our imperfections and learning from them rather than letting them define us. Think of a time when you felt ashamed of a mistake. Instead of letting the shame fester, confront it. Reflect on what happened and why. What lessons can you draw from it? How can you grow? When you do this, you turn shame into a stepping stone for improvement instead of a weight holding you down. One of the most powerful ways to release shame is by forgiving yourself. Holding on to shame locks you in a cycle of negative self-talk and guilt. Forgiving yourself is essential because clinging to shame traps you in a continuous cycle of self-criticism. When you choose to forgive yourself, you release the emotional weight that holds you back, allowing yourself to move forward. This act of forgiveness doesn't mean you're excusing your past actions. It means you're recognizing your mistakes, learning valuable lessons from them, and then letting them go. It is a vital part of the healing process and personal development. To begin addressing fear and shame, start small. Gradually expose yourself to the situations that provoke these emotions. Use every encounter as a moment to reflect and grow. With time, your resilience will increase, and the fears or sources of shame that once had a firm grip on you will lose their intensity. This method of gradual exposure, combined with honest self-reflection, helps reduce your sensitivity to those emotions, making them easier to manage. Stoicism also highlights the value of community and support. Sharing your fears and feelings of shame with trusted friends or mentors can be a deeply freeing experience. Opening up in a safe and supportive environment not only lightens your emotional load, but can also offer you new insights and encouragement. Often, you'll find that others have faced similar struggles and can share helpful advice or reassurance based on their experiences. Epictetus taught that by mentally preparing for the difficulties we might face, we become better equipped to handle them with calmness and thoughtful responses. This isn't about being negative or assuming the worst, it's about being prepared and realistic. When you anticipate that challenges may arise, you're less likely to be caught off guard. Instead, you're already mentally prepared with strategies to manage your reactions and address the situation. One practical approach to this preparation is a Stoic exercise called premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This technique involves taking time to imagine possible problems that could occur and considering how you would handle them. For instance, before an important meeting, you might think about things that could go wrong, like technical issues, difficult questions, or feelings of nervousness. By visualizing these scenarios in advance, you can plan your responses and reduce the impact of being surprised. This practice is not about dwelling on negativity, but about developing mental strength. When you've already rehearsed how you might respond to difficulties, you're less likely to be shaken when they actually happen. You become more flexible and capable of staying composed, a key trait in Stoic thought. Preparing for obstacles also involves being open to change. Life rarely unfolds exactly the way we plan, and rigid expectations often lead to disappointment and stress. If you anticipate that things might go differently than expected, you can adapt more easily. This kind of mental flexibility is crucial for handling life's uncertainties with grace and effectiveness. Maintaining a balanced mindset is another essential part of anticipating challenges. While it's helpful to consider what might go wrong, it's equally important to recognize your strengths and the resources you have. Reflect on the skills, knowledge, and support systems available to you that can help you deal with difficulties. This balanced view keeps you grounded and prepared without falling into excessive worry or negativity. By learning to expect difficulties, you naturally develop patience and persistence. When you understand that challenges are a normal part of life, you adopt a mindset focused on long-term endurance rather than short-term results. You become more patient with the process and more capable of weathering setbacks. This commitment to perseverance and inner resolve is a key part of Stoic philosophy, which values strength of character over immediate success. Regular self-reflection can further enhance your ability to anticipate obstacles. Spend time thinking about your past experiences. What kinds of difficulties did you encounter, and how did you deal with them? What strategies worked for you, and where could you improve? By learning from your own history, you become better prepared for what lies ahead and more effective in solving future problems. Integrating mindfulness into your routine can also sharpen your awareness and response to challenges. Mindfulness helps you stay present and attentive, allowing you to spot potential problems early and respond with intention. It improves your emotional regulation, helping you stay composed and centered even under pressure or stress. Epictetus expressed a powerful truth. It's not what happens to us, but how we respond that truly matters. This simple yet profound idea captures the heart of inner strength. Our real power doesn't come from controlling the outside world. It comes from mastering our internal responses. When we face adversity, whether it's tough criticism from someone close or an unexpected difficulty, we always have the power to choose our response. That choice reflects who we are and influences the direction of our lives. Building inner strength begins with self-awareness and intentional effort. It starts with noticing your emotions and choosing not to let them control you. This doesn't mean you ignore or bury your feelings. It means you observe them, understand where they come from, and respond thoughtfully. When you become more aware of what triggers your emotional reactions, you gain better control over how you behave. That awareness is the foundation for lasting strength. Another central idea in Stoicism is the importance of knowing what you can and cannot control. This distinction is essential for maintaining peace of mind. You cannot control what others say or do, but you can always control your attitude and behavior. By focusing on the things within your control, you conserve energy and reduce unnecessary stress. This shift in mindset is incredibly empowering and helps keep you grounded, even when the world around you is uncertain. Forgiveness is also a key part of cultivating inner strength. Holding on to resentment and past grievances drains your emotional energy and clouds your judgment. In line with Stoic wisdom, just as we aim to master our reactions, we are encouraged to let go of bitterness. Forgiveness doesn't mean approving of harmful behavior. It means choosing to release its emotional grip on us. When we forgive, we free ourselves from the weight of negative emotions and open the door to healing and personal growth. Building inner strength also requires developing resilience. Life comes with its share of highs and lows, and setbacks are a natural part of the journey. The key is to see these setbacks not as defeats, but as opportunities to grow stronger in character. Every difficulty you encounter is a chance to build resilience and perseverance. Over time, this consistent practice reinforces your inner strength, making you more adaptable and less reactive to the ups and downs of life. Stoicism reminds us that strength isn't only found within ourselves, it also comes from our connections with others and, for many, from faith. Surround yourself with supportive, like-minded people who uplift and encourage you. Engage in meaningful conversations that stretch your thinking and broaden your perspective. If you have a spiritual practice, lean into it for guidance and strength. These external sources of support can deepen your sense of inner stability and give you a stronger sense of belonging and purpose. Gratitude is another powerful tool for cultivating inner strength. It shifts your focus from what's missing in your life to what you already have, helping you maintain a positive outlook even during tough times. There is always something to be grateful for. By making a habit of recognizing and appreciating these blessings, you build emotional resilience and keep a healthier, more balanced perspective. True inner strength also involves embracing vulnerability. Owning your fears and insecurities doesn't make you weak, it makes you human. When you confront your vulnerabilities with courage and kindness, you begin to turn them into strengths. This process of self-acceptance plays a crucial role in developing authentic confidence and resilience, allowing you to live more honestly and boldly. This doesn't mean you ignore or suppress your emotions. Rather, it's about acknowledging your feelings while not letting them dictate your actions. It's about creating a pause, a moment between stimulus and response, where you can choose your reaction with intention. This simple pause is incredibly powerful and can reshape the way you respond to the world around you. Take a common situation like driving in heavy traffic. Someone cuts you off, and your immediate reaction might be frustration or anger. Instead of reacting impulsively with road rage, Stoicism teaches you to take a breath and think before acting. Will honking or shouting really improve the situation? Likely not. By choosing calm over chaos, you stay in control of your emotions and enjoy a more peaceful experience. Another essential element of self-mastery is learning to delay gratification. In today's fast-paced world, we're constantly tempted to chase instant rewards and avoid discomfort. But Stoicism teaches the long-term value of patience, discipline, and perseverance. By resisting short-term temptations and focusing on meaningful goals, you strengthen your willpower and emotional endurance. This also extends to communication, especially during conflict. In heated moments, it's easy to let emotions take control and say things you might later regret. Stoicism encourages you to pause and reflect before speaking. Ask yourself, are my words constructive? Do they align with my values? Speaking with intention not only prevents harm, but also builds deeper, more respectful relationships. Practicing self-restraint requires awareness and consistent effort. It means becoming conscious of your impulses and deliberately choosing how to respond. This might involve setting clear personal boundaries, cultivating mindfulness, or building habits that support your growth. For example, if you struggle with procrastination, create a structured routine that keeps you focused. If anger is an issue, explore calming techniques that help you manage tension more effectively. Stoicism emphasizes making decisions based on reason, not impulse. It's about thoughtful action. Let's say you're facing a major decision at work. Instead of rushing into a choice, take time to gather facts, evaluate your options, and reflect on how your decision aligns with your values and long-term goals. This thoughtful approach often leads to wiser outcomes and a greater sense of control. Self-restraint doesn't mean avoiding action or becoming passive. It means being intentional. It's the understanding that every choice carries consequences and that we are responsible for those outcomes. When you practice restraint, you become more effective in achieving your goals and preserving your inner peace. Daily self-reflection can sharpen this skill even more. At the end of each day, take a moment to consider your actions. Where could you have shown more restraint? What triggered your impulsive reactions? How might you handle things differently next time? This continual self-assessment builds greater awareness and strengthens your resolve to act mindfully. Another powerful practice for strengthening self-control is mindfulness. Staying present helps you notice impulsive urges as they arise and choose more thoughtful responses. Whether through meditation, deep breathing, or simply being aware of your surroundings, practicing mindfulness regularly can greatly enhance your ability to manage your behavior and stay grounded. Acceptance is the foundation for taking meaningful action. When we resist reality, we waste precious energy and often cause unnecessary suffering. For example, losing your job is a difficult experience, but denying or fighting that reality only delays the healing. Accepting what has happened doesn't mean giving up. It means acknowledging the truth of the moment so you can take clear, purposeful steps forward. This proactive mindset helps you handle challenges more effectively and reduces emotional strain. A powerful way to develop acceptance is through mindfulness and meditation. These practices ground you in the present moment, helping you observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Over time, regular mindfulness practice strengthens your ability to accept life as it is, with all its flaws and uncertainties. This mindset becomes a foundation for inner peace and resilience. Stoicism teaches that acceptance isn't about surrender. It's about discovering strength in adversity. It encourages us to see every experience, no matter how difficult, as an opportunity for growth. When faced with a challenge, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can it make me stronger? This shift in thinking transforms obstacles into stepping stones for personal development. Another aspect of acceptance is letting go of perfectionism. Many of us strive for perfection in our careers, relationships, and personal goals, but this pursuit often leads to stress and dissatisfaction. Accepting that perfection is unrealistic allows you to value your efforts and progress. It doesn't mean lowering your standards. It means understanding that imperfections are part of the human experience. When we embrace our flaws with self-compassion, we live more authentically and fully. Gratitude is also a powerful tool for nurturing acceptance. When we focus on what we have instead of what we lack, we move from a mindset of scarcity to one of abundance. Practicing gratitude helps us notice the good in our lives, even during hard times. Over time, it fosters a more positive outlook and enhances our ability to accept life as it unfolds. Acceptance extends to our relationships as well. We often set expectations for how others should behave, leading to disappointment when they don't meet them. By accepting people as they are, with both strengths and flaws, we build healthier, more meaningful connections. This doesn't mean tolerating harmful behavior. Rather, it means recognizing that everyone has their own journey, shaped by unique experiences. Through empathy and compassion, we create space for genuine understanding and mutual growth. Epictetus and other Stoic philosophers emphasized living according to nature, which means recognizing our role in the world and acting in line with our rational and social nature. At its heart, this principle is about living truthfully and harmoniously within the universe. Living according to nature begins with self-awareness. It involves understanding who we are, our values, strengths, purpose, and natural tendencies. Through introspection and reflection, we can make choices that align with our true selves, rather than simply conforming to societal pressures or expectations. This way of life also includes accepting the natural cycles we all go through: growth, stability, decline, and renewal. Just as the seasons change, our lives evolve. Embracing these transitions allows us to move through them with greater ease and grace. Central to Stoic living is the practice of core virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These guide us in making ethical decisions and handling life's challenges. Wisdom helps us see clearly and make thoughtful choices. Courage empowers us to face adversity and take necessary action. Justice ensures we treat others fairly and honorably. Temperance helps us maintain balance and self-control. By developing these virtues, we align our actions with our rational nature and live with integrity. Stoicism also teaches that we're inherently social beings. Living in harmony with others is part of our nature. It means recognizing our interdependence and contributing to the well-being of those around us. When we practice empathy, kindness, and cooperation, we fulfill this social nature and help create a supportive, thriving community. Another important Stoic value is simplicity, focusing on what truly matters. In a world full of distractions and material pursuits, it's easy to lose sight of what's important. Stoicism invites us to let go of the excess and prioritize our core values. This might involve simplifying your lifestyle, nurturing meaningful relationships, and dedicating time to personal growth and self-care. By doing so, we make room for joy, fulfillment, and a deeper sense of purpose. Acceptance and gratitude also play a key role in living according to nature. Accepting life's natural flow means letting go of the need to control every outcome and learning to trust the process. Gratitude helps us recognize the abundance we already have, cultivating a mindset of peace and contentment in the present moment. Finally, living according to nature involves caring for the world around us. As part of the natural ecosystem, we have a responsibility to protect and preserve it. This includes making sustainable choices, reducing waste, and respecting the planet's delicate balance. When we live in an environmentally conscious way, we honor our connection to nature and help ensure a better future for generations to come. Incorporating mindfulness into daily life can greatly support this Stoic path. Staying present and aware allows us to act intentionally, respond thoughtfully, and stay aligned with our true values in a constantly changing world. As we wrap up this journey through Stoic principles, remember this: true strength doesn't come from trying to control the world around you. It comes from mastering your own thoughts and actions. Embrace the timeless wisdom of Stoicism and let it lead you toward a life filled with inner peace, resilience, and lasting fulfillment. If you found this video helpful, be sure to check out one of the suggested videos on your screen. Stay strong, stay grounded, and keep walking the path toward wisdom and well-being. Imagine being able to stay calm and collected in the middle of a traffic jam, facing a difficult conversation with your boss, or even dealing with a personal crisis. This is the power of Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has helped people for centuries to live happier and more fulfilling lives. Stoicism teaches us that the only thing we can truly control is our own thoughts and actions. Everything else, from the weather to the economy to the behavior of others, is outside of our control. By accepting this reality, we can free ourselves from the anxiety and frustration that comes from trying to control things that are outside of our reach. Stoicism also teaches us to focus on what we can control, which is our own character and our actions. By striving to live a virtuous life, we can create a sense of inner peace and contentment that is not dependent on external circumstances. In this video, we'll explore 10 profound lessons from Stoicism that can help you achieve inner peace and mastery over your emotions. Join us on this journey of self-discovery as we explore the ancient wisdom of Stoicism and learn how to apply it to our modern lives. Lesson number 1. Embrace what you can control. Epictetus, the Stoic sage, offers us a fundamental lesson that serves as the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, the dichotomy of control. At the heart of this teaching is the recognition that our lives are subject to a fundamental division between elements we can control and those beyond our influence. This concept is pivotal in cultivating a calm and composed demeanor, even in the midst of life's uncertainties. In essence, Epictetus advises us to invest our energy and attention in those aspects of life that fall within our sphere of control. These include our thoughts, actions, intentions, and responses. By directing our focus to what is genuinely within our power, we can navigate life with a sense of purpose and mastery. It is the acknowledgement that our internal world is under our dominion that forms the bedrock of our tranquility. Conversely, external events and circumstances, which often elude our sway, are to be acknowledged as outside the realm of our control. Just as an archer, as exemplified by Epictetus, can aim carefully, draw the bowstring with precision, and release the arrow skillfully, yet remain uncertain of the flight's outcome, we must learn to release our attachment to outcomes we cannot govern. This release is not an act of resignation, but an embrace of equanimity in the face of life's inherent unpredictability. Epictetus's metaphor of the archer, who derives contentment from knowing they've exerted their best effort regardless of the target's fate, serves as a potent reminder of the Stoic approach to life. It encourages us to concentrate on our intentions and the dedicated efforts we put forth, accepting that the results are subject to a multitude of external factors. In essence, Stoicism reminds us to seize the reins of our inner world, embracing the dichotomy of control as a powerful tool to maintain a calm and composed disposition in a world where much remains beyond our influence. By concentrating our energies on what we can shape, we free ourselves from the burden of attempting to govern the uncontrollable, allowing us to discover serenity in the knowledge that we've done our utmost with the tools at our disposal. Lesson number 2. The power of acceptance. In the grand tapestry of Stoic philosophy, few figures stand as tall as the Roman emperor and philosopher Marcus Aurelius. His profound insights, often chiseled in the timeless monument of Meditations, resonate through the ages and illuminate one of the most powerful lessons in Stoicism, the lesson of acceptance. Marcus Aurelius guides us through a profound exploration of the human condition, acknowledging the inevitability of both triumph and tribulation. Life, as he observes, is a symphony of ups and downs, a constant ebb and flow. Within this ever-shifting landscape, there exist circumstances beyond our influence, elements we cannot control. Marcus Aurelius, in his role as a Stoic sage, extols the virtue of accepting these immutable truths. To accept, in the Stoic sense, is to embrace the reality of life's unpredictability and impermanence. It is to release the chains of attachment to specific outcomes and to walk in harmony with the unceasing rhythm of the universe. In Marcus Aurelius's words, resistance to the natural course of events leads only to turmoil and distress, like a ship struggling against the relentless current. The Stoic perspective on acceptance is akin to setting sail on the sea of existence without a fixed destination, yet with an unwavering faith in the voyage itself. It is an invitation to relinquish the desire for unyielding control and instead flow with the ever-changing stream of life. To dance with the music of the cosmos, whether its notes are serene or tempestuous, is the embodiment of Stoic temperance. In the realm of Stoicism, this lesson forms the bedrock of inner peace and tranquility. It urges us to open our arms to life's capriciousness, to savor the sweetness of success, and to weather the storms of adversity with grace. The power of acceptance, as illuminated by Marcus Aurelius, is a beacon that guides us through the labyrinth of existence, allowing us to greet each moment, each circumstance, with an equanimous heart. It is the serenity of embracing life in all its unpredictability, finding profound serenity in the midst of its ever-shifting landscape. Lesson number 3. Practice mindfulness. Practice mindfulness. Seneca, the venerable Stoic philosopher whose wisdom has transcended the ages, illuminates a crucial lesson for those seeking calm and composure in the midst of life's tempests: the practice of mindfulness. In the Stoic lexicon, mindfulness is a compass guiding us to the shores of the present moment, offering sanctuary from the ceaseless turbulence of past regrets and future uncertainties. In its essence, mindfulness is the art of inhabiting the now, of immersing oneself in the present moment with profound awareness. It is the antidote to the affliction of rumination, the ceaseless churning of the mind over past sorrows and future anxieties. Seneca's Stoic teachings beckon us to pay homage to the beauty and profundity of the present, recognizing that it is the only time that holds genuine existence. The practice of mindfulness, as outlined by Seneca, is not confined to the extraordinary moments of life, but extends its embrace to the ordinary and mundane. It encourages us to witness life's tapestry with a keen eye, from the remarkable to the seemingly inconsequential. In doing so, we detach ourselves from the tormenting clutches of regret and the paralyzing grip of worry. This Stoic mindfulness, a precious tool for preserving inner calm and clarity, acts as a bridge to the precious now, connecting us to the profound simplicity of the present. It is an art that grants us the ability to fully engage with our current circumstances, to savor each breath, and to relish the beauty that unfolds in every heartbeat. In the practice of mindfulness, we discover a timeless sanctuary where the mind finds solace, a place where inner tranquility is nurtured and composure is cultivated amidst the swirling tides of existence. Lesson number 4. Cultivate resilience. Resilience. In the vast landscape of Stoic wisdom, the lessons of resilience echo as a resounding anthem, and it is Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher par excellence, who raises his voice to teach us the profound art of confronting adversity with unwavering fortitude. To Epictetus, adversity is not a foe to be feared, but a chisel that sculpts the masterpiece of our character. Stoicism, with its roots deep in the natural order of life, imparts the fundamental truth that challenges are the warp and weft of existence. Stoics, embodying this wisdom, do not perceive adversity as an obstacle or a source of suffering, but rather as an opportunity, a crucible that tempers and refines their inner metal. Epictetus beckons us not to wilt before the storms of life, but to stand steadfast like the unyielding oak, unshaken by the tempest. The essence of this Stoic perspective lies in the profound realization that it is not the events themselves, but our judgments, reactions, and the choices we make in the face of adversity that hold the power to distress us. It is the lens through which we view life's trials that shapes our inner tranquility. To cultivate resilience in the Stoic vein is to walk the path of personal development, and to recognize adversity not as a scourge, but as a tutor. Stoicism teaches us that in the crucible of hardship, we discover the true extent of our strength, and it is through facing life's tribulations with courage and unwavering resilience that we emerge like tempered steel, with a character fortified by the trials we have endured. The Stoic perspective on adversity harmonizes seamlessly with the Stoic belief in the sovereignty of choice. Epictetus, in his sagacity, urges us to confront challenges not with trepidation, but with the valor of a warrior, for it is through our responses to external events that we preserve the sanctity of our inner calm and composure. It is the gift of resilience that allows Stoics to navigate life's tempestuous seas with an unswerving gaze, unwavering even in the face of the most turbulent storms. Lesson number 5. Choose your response. Choose your response. Epictetus, the venerable Stoic sage whose wisdom has traversed the annals of time, bequeaths to us a profound lesson of immeasurable value, the power of choice in our responses. Within the Stoic philosophy, this lesson stands as an indomitable pillar, a lighthouse guiding us through the tumultuous seas of existence. Epictetus, with unwavering conviction, imparts the truth that while the tides of external events may remain beyond our dominion, the helm of our responses is firmly within our grasp. This, he proclaims, is the essence of Stoic wisdom. In the Stoic sanctum, wherein calm and composure reign supreme, the locus of control is resolutely internal. Stoicism, a philosophy grounded in profound self-mastery, extols the sovereignty of our responses to life's multifarious challenges. It is in this sacred space that the Stoic virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance serve as guiding stars, illuminating the path to maintaining inner tranquility. Epictetus, with his sage counsel, invites us to contemplate the nature of our judgments and reactions, particularly in the crucible of adversity. It is through this introspection that we awaken to the profound truth that we possess the sacred gift of choice, the ability to consciously craft our responses to the myriad external events that unfold in our lives. The Stoic approach to responding sagely to life's vicissitudes is akin to a masterstroke on the canvas of existence. It is the choice to align our responses with the Stoic virtues, to confront life's tribulations with the wisdom of sages, the courage of heroes, the justice of righteous hearts, and the temperance of those who tread the path of inner mastery. The Stoics' arsenal, laden with the wisdom of Epictetus, is a bastion of inner peace, impervious even to the fiercest storms. Through conscious choice and alignment with Stoic virtues, we forge a shield that preserves our serenity in the face of adversity. It is the Stoics' clarion call to navigate the labyrinthian corridors of life with grace and resilience, for in the crucible of conscious choice, we find the crucible of enduring inner peace. Lesson number 6. Limit excessive desires. In the illustrious tapestry of Stoic wisdom, woven with threads of reason and virtue, Seneca's counsel on the Stoic principle of moderation stands as a masterpiece in itself. A sage known for his profound philosophical essays on virtue and personal development, Seneca extends to us a lesson of paramount importance. A lesson that beckons us to curb the tempestuous desires that often threaten to engulf our inner calm. At the heart of Stoicism lies the belief that excessive desires, like turbulent seas, have the power to cast our lives adrift, leaving us in a perpetual state of turmoil and discontent. The Stoic sages, in their unwavering pursuit of inner tranquility, recognized the perils of unbridled longing for wealth, status, and material possessions far beyond what is necessary for a life of virtue and wisdom. Seneca, echoing the Stoic sentiment, imparts his wisdom, rooted in the belief that authentic contentment finds its dwelling in the sanctuary of limited desires. It is a lesson that encourages us to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of existence with the rudder of moderation, guiding us toward the tranquil harbor of inner peace. The Stoic path, as illuminated by Seneca's wisdom, beckons us to simplify our desires, seeking only that which is requisite for a life marked by goodness and virtue. In this simplification, we unearth the precious gems of contentment and tranquility, independent of the capricious winds of external fortune. The Stoic practice of limiting excessive desires becomes the lodestar, ensuring the maintenance of a calm and composed disposition. It is within the walls of this ancient wisdom that we discover the profound truth that the fervent pursuit of external treasures is but a fleeting mirage, and the true treasures lie within, waiting to be unearthed. Seneca's teachings stand as an enduring testament to the Stoic commitment to inner mastery and the temperance of desires, forging a path that leads to the sacred sanctuary of inner calm. Lesson number 7. Be virtuous. The essence of Stoicism, as nurtured and cherished by the great Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius, resides in the unwavering commitment to virtue, a commitment that lies at the very heart of this ancient philosophy. The Stoic virtues, comprising wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, become the compass guiding us toward a life marked by inner composure and tranquility. In the rich tapestry of Stoic wisdom, the virtues occupy a hallowed place. They are the moral lodestars that beckon us to navigate life's tempestuous seas with grace and wisdom. These virtues, etched into the annals of Stoic thought, are not mere abstractions. They are the pillars upon which the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with the natural order of the universe rests. Wisdom, the first of these virtues, serves as a beacon of light, illuminating the path of reason and discernment. It calls upon us to cultivate a deep understanding of the world and our place within it. The Stoic sages, such as Epictetus, understood that wisdom is the foundation upon which all other virtues are built. With wisdom as our guiding star, we gain the capacity to see the world as it truly is and to discern between the fleeting and the enduring. Courage, the second virtue, stands as the sentinel guarding the fortress of our moral character. It calls upon us to face life's challenges with steadfastness and resolve. In the Stoic lexicon, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. It is the unwavering determination to confront adversity with inner fortitude. Seneca, through his teachings, extols the importance of courage in forging a character marked by resilience and unwavering resolve. Justice, the third virtue, extends its mantle of righteousness over the Stoic path. It beckons us to live in accordance with the principles of fairness and moral rightness. The Stoic philosophers, drawing inspiration from the wellsprings of justice, guide us toward making decisions that are rooted in equity and virtue. The pursuit of justice ensures that our actions align with the moral order of the universe, fostering inner tranquility and composure. Temperance, the final virtue, serves as the guardian of moderation and self-restraint. It reminds us to exercise control over our desires, for it is through temperance that we discover the gateway to true contentment. Seneca, in his philosophical essays, emphasizes the importance of simplifying our desires and seeking only that which is essential for a virtuous life. In the temperance of desires, we uncover the wellspring of inner calm, irrespective of external circumstances. These virtues, championed by various Stoic philosophers, converge to shape a life that exemplifies the Stoic ideal. They serve as the lodestar, guiding us through life's turbulent seas with grace, wisdom, and unshakable inner peace. By adhering to these virtues and allowing them to permeate our thoughts and actions, we maintain a calm and composed disposition, reflecting the Stoic commitment to inner harmony and ethical living. In the mosaic of Stoicism, the virtues are the vibrant colors that compose the image of a life lived in harmony with the eternal truth of the cosmos. Lesson number 8. Understand the transitory nature of life. The transitory nature of life, in the profound and timeless verses of his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, delves into the essence of life, a life imbued with transience. His teachings are a testament to the wisdom that accepting the ever-changing nature of existence is a cornerstone for maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Through the lens of Stoicism, Marcus Aurelius imparts a lesson that is perhaps one of the most pivotal for achieving inner serenity. He invites us to embark on a philosophical journey that involves acknowledging the ephemeral and transient aspects of life. The Stoic recognition of this reality, often referred to as the transitory nature of life, is not a harbinger of despair. Rather, it serves as a cornerstone of strength that can lend profundity to our existence. The core of this lesson is the understanding that nothing in the realm of human experience, be it the moments of joy or the trials of adversity, is immutable. The universe, in its eternal ebb and flow, weaves a tapestry of constant change. The Stoic sage does not resist this cosmic dance, but chooses to waltz in harmony with it, with grace and wisdom. Marcus Aurelius urges us to unburden ourselves from the weight of attachments to those fleeting moments that shimmer like stars across the night sky, and to the material possessions that hold our attention for but a brief interlude. He teaches us to appreciate these moments and possessions as they come into our lives, but also to let them go when the time for departure arrives. In doing so, we unearth an inner sanctuary of calm and composure, impervious to the external tempests. Accepting the impermanence of all things, as championed by Marcus Aurelius, acts as a salve for the soul. It allows us to put into perspective the vicissitudes of life. It liberates us from the bondage of anxiety that stems from clutching onto what was or what might have been. Through this Stoic teaching, we become the architects of our inner fortitude, crafting a character marked by resilience in the face of life's inevitable changes. In understanding the transitory nature of life, we pave the way for a profound sense of inner tranquility. We recognize that our capacity for calm and composure transcends the rise and fall of external circumstances. It is an enduring presence, much like the stars that continue to shimmer in the night sky, irrespective of the fleeting clouds that pass before them. Marcus Aurelius, through his Stoic wisdom, invites us to bask in the light of this understanding, offering us the opportunity to savor life's moments while retaining an unwavering sense of inner peace. Lesson number 9. The value of gratitude. In the profound tapestry of Stoic philosophy, woven with threads of wisdom and resilience, there exists a gem that sparkles with profound insight: the value of gratitude. This lesson, championed by Seneca, one of Stoicism's eminent philosophers, illuminates the path to inner calm and contentment, irrespective of life's challenges. It guides us to celebrate not only life's triumphs, but also its tribulations, for it is through the lens of gratitude that we find serenity even in the face of adversity. Seneca, in his essays dedicated to the concept of gratitude, masterfully extolled its virtues. He beckoned us to redirect our gaze from what we may lack to what we have, to find solace in the present moment, and to embrace the treasures that often go unnoticed. In this Stoic practice, we unearth a potent tool for sustaining a profound sense of inner peace. The core of Seneca's teachings on gratitude is a gentle reminder that the act of being thankful is not contingent on the abundance of our possessions, but rather on our ability to perceive life's blessings in their myriad forms. In this sense, gratitude is not a mere response to life's easy moments, but a profound acknowledgement that even amidst the tempest's fury, there is a shelter of calm to be found. By cultivating a sense of gratitude, we recalibrate our relationship with life. We learn to see the splendor in the ordinary, the lesson within adversity, and the preciousness of every fleeting moment. Seneca encourages us to be content with the present, recognizing that the treasures of life are not commodities to be acquired, but experiences to be cherished. The value of gratitude, as illuminated by Seneca, acts as a guardian of our inner peace. It teaches us to ceaselessly reflect on the blessings that have graced our journey. In doing so, we discover that gratitude is an elixir that transmutes the base elements of despair and longing into the gold of contentment and serenity. In moments of challenge, a heart steeped in gratitude does not falter. It finds strength even in the midst of adversity, for it recognizes that the trials of life too are teachers. As Seneca would remind us, the Stoic spirit does not waver in the face of hardship. Instead, it flourishes, drawing nourishment from gratitude's deep well. In the Stoic tradition, the value of gratitude is an unwavering companion that ushers us towards a profound sense of tranquility. It elevates us above life's tempestuous waves, revealing the serenity that lies in embracing the blessings, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. With Seneca's wisdom, we come to realize that practicing gratitude is not a mere response to life's joys, but a steadfast embrace of the beauty found in life's most trying moments. With every breath, every heartbeat, and every fleeting moment, we are presented with opportunities to unearth the treasures of gratitude. Seneca's Stoic legacy beckons us to cherish the present, not in spite of life's challenges, but because of them, and to savor the beauty that surrounds us. It is in this luminous practice that we discover a profound sense of tranquility and calm, even amidst the tempests of existence. Lesson number 10. Keep learning and growing. In the profound tapestry of Stoicism, where wisdom is woven with threads of resilience and temperance, we find a radiant lesson that beckons us to embark on a lifelong journey of self-improvement. Epictetus, one of Stoicism's luminaries, stands as a steadfast guide in this pursuit, revealing that the path to inner calm and composure is paved with the stones of personal growth. The Stoic commitment to self-improvement is a recurring theme in the philosophy, finding resonance across different Stoic philosophers. Epictetus, in particular, carries the torch of this lesson with unwavering conviction. He invites us to tread a path of perpetual growth, emphasizing that this commitment is a treasure trove of wisdom that equips us to navigate life's challenges with grace and sagacity. At the heart of this Stoic doctrine lies a profound realization that life is an unceasing voyage. We are not static beings, but vessels of potential, forever capable of evolution. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is an unyielding call to action, a reminder that no matter where we stand, there are yet horizons to explore and virtues to cultivate. The Stoic pursuit of self-improvement aligns harmoniously with the quest for wisdom and tranquility. It is an acknowledgement that inner calm and composure are not static attributes, but dynamic processes enriched by the ceaseless quest for understanding. Epictetus encourages us to strive for wisdom as we would for a precious gem, knowing that it is the compass that guides us through the labyrinth of existence. The Stoic journey of self-improvement finds its pulse in the ebb and flow of life's experiences. We are not called to perfection, but to progress, not to stagnation, but to steady growth. This Stoic lesson echoes through the corridors of wisdom, whispering that there is no final destination, but an endless odyssey of becoming a better version of ourselves. In embracing this lesson, we learn to navigate life's challenges with resilience and fortitude. The Stoic spirit finds strength not in the absence of adversity, but in the quest for growth, which adversity often catalyzes. We discover that setbacks are not roadblocks, but stepping stones, and every trial is a teacher. The commitment to lifelong learning and growth is a lighthouse in the tempest, a source of calm in the face of life's challenges. It is a testament to the Stoic principle that, regardless of external circumstances, we are the masters of our inner world. The more we learn, the more we grow, and the more we grow, the better we become at weathering the storms of existence. In the echoes of Epictetus's teachings, we find an invitation to celebrate the journey of self-improvement, to revel in the process of learning, and to honor the endeavor of growth. It is a lesson that assures us that with every step taken on this path, we come closer to the heart of Stoicism, a life marked by inner calm, composure, and the pursuit of wisdom. In a world filled with distractions and uncertainties, Stoicism offers a timeless and practical guide to maintaining calm and composure. By embracing these 10 lessons from Stoicism, inspired by the wisdom of different Stoic philosophers and embodying the virtue of temperance, you can navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and inner peace. The Stoic temperance becomes your anchor, guiding you through the storms of existence and helping you keep calm in the face of adversity. As you embrace these Stoic lessons, you discover a profound sense of tranquility and equanimity that enables you to thrive regardless of life's challenges. Stoicism's enduring wisdom reminds us that inner peace and composure are not dependent on external circumstances, but are cultivated within through the practice of these valuable lessons. Top of form, bottom of form. Unfortunately, the art of silence has been lost in our busy world, where noise and talk are always present. But what if the times we choose not to speak were just as strong as the times we do? How often do we stop and think about what our quiet means? Stoicism is an old theory that teaches people how to control themselves through reason and emotional strength. It's a great way to learn when to speak. Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, said, "It's better to trip with the feet than with the tongue." This wise saying brings up a basic question. How many times have we felt bad about saying something in a hurry or out of anger? Stoicism doesn't just tell us not to do things. We owe it to ourselves to use silence as a tool for growth and peace. Imagine facing life's challenges with the calm confidence that your silence speaks louder than any words ever could. Stoic philosophy teaches that silence isn't just the absence of speech, but a deeply felt response that has been carefully chosen. It is an active, powerful force, a plan that can help ease disagreements, protect us from harm, and help us understand. But when exactly should we embrace silence? Together, we'll find out 9 key times when choosing silence is not only smart, but also life-changing. As we go deeper into these lessons, think about how practicing Stoic silence might change the way you deal with others and your own peace of mind. What if you could end a heated fight with a calm, measured silence instead of harsh words? What might a quiet pause help you say about your feelings and thoughts? Come with us as we dig up the strong times to shut up and let the knowledge of Stoicism guide us. Are you ready to learn more about the deep knowledge of Stoicism? Please leave a word before you start your journey. Number 1. When being criticized unfairly. According to Stoic philosophy, being unfairly criticized is a unique chance to become stronger and show integrity. The main ideas behind this old knowledge come from the ruler Marcus Aurelius, who once said that if something outside of you bothers you, it's not the thing itself that's hurting you, but how you think about it. He also said that you can change how you think about something at any time. Insight says that what bothers us about criticism is not the criticism itself, but how we see and respond to it. Think about this. How might changing how you see criticism make you stronger? Can you think of a time when staying calm in the face of unfair criticism changed the outcome? For example, if you are leading a project at work and your boss criticizes it harshly, a Stoic response would be to calmly look at the feedback and find useful insights while ignoring any negative information that isn't based on facts. Epictetus said that this way of doing things will not only keep your peace, but also keep your professional honor. Don't talk about your theory, live it. To live by philosophy, you have to respond with calm, well-thought-out responses instead of defensive ones. You should let the quality of your responses and ultimately your work speak for itself. Not responding when unfairly criticized is not just a passive act, it's a strategic one. To embrace Stoicism's call to focus on what we can control, our responses and attitudes, this quiet strength turns possible conflict into a sign of your personal strength and philosophical dedication. As you face life's difficulties, think about how silence can help you. What chances might come up if you choose thoughtful silence over impulsive speech? How might this practice not only improve your own peace of mind, but also have an effect on those around you? By incorporating Stoic principles into our daily lives, especially when we are unfairly criticized, we align ourselves with a philosophy that values strength of character over the temporary approval of others. This promotes personal growth and inspires others to do the same, especially in today's world, where boasting and self-promotion often drown out humility. Stoicism tells us to embrace silence, and the wise Marcus Aurelius says, "Don't waste time arguing about what a good man should be one." In this light, think about how silence in response to boasts can turn a potentially ego-fueled environment into a place of self-reflection and growth. There will always be criticism in life, and it can often be a good way to learn and improve. But criticism isn't always fair, even when it's meant to hurt someone. In these kinds of scenarios, it can be hard to stay calm and act in the right way. Stoicism, a theory that began in ancient Greece, has timeless advice on how to handle rude criticism with class and grace. By following Stoic ideas, we can turn bad things that happen to us into chances to grow as people and become stronger inside. What matters is not what happens to you, but how you react to it. This is the Stoic principle. Epictetus advised taking a moment to think about what to say when someone criticizes you unfairly. This keeps you from acting on impulse and gives you time to think about what's going on without getting upset. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that we control our minds, not events outside of them. Understanding this truth makes us stronger. Unfair feedback only reflects the reviewer's feelings or thoughts, not your actual worth or abilities. Marcus Aurelius also said that if anyone can prove and show him that he thinks and acts in error, he would gladly change, for he seeks the truth. There may be a small amount of truth in even the most unfair judgment. Finding useful insights hidden within criticism allows for self-improvement while discarding unnecessary negativity. Epictetus taught that one must first learn the meaning of what they say before speaking. When someone criticizes you unfairly, staying calm and polite is essential. This shows strength and self-control while preventing unnecessary escalation. A calm response often neutralizes hostility and reflects maturity. Marcus Aurelius urged people to stop wasting time arguing about what a good man should be and instead focus on being one. Rather than dwelling on unfair criticism, redirect your energy toward your personal goals and self-improvement. You can rise above the bad things that happen and keep moving forward on your road by focusing on your own growth and virtues. It can be hard to deal with unfair criticism, but if you follow Stoic principles, you can turn these situations into chances to grow and become stronger. Remember to take a moment to think. Separate the criticism from your own worth. Look for any sliver of truth. Reply with coolness and respect, and keep your attention on your own growth. In this way, you live up to the Stoic ideal of staying calm and strong inside, even when things are hard outside. Number 2. Stoic silence in the middle of boasts. Imagine you're at a networking event where a co-worker is bragging too much about their recent raises and fancy lifestyle. You might want to counter their bravado with your own accomplishments. Stoicism teaches us the power of restraint. If you choose quiet, you keep your cool and let other people's words show you who they are. This way, you can save your energy for deeper conversations. This method not only protects your honor, but it also makes you look like someone who is sure of their own achievements and doesn't need outside approval. In this theory, silence is not a sign of passivity. Instead, it is a sign of strategic silence that shows knowledge and confidence. Another wise Stoic says, "He who does not wish to be outnumbered by greater benefits should not return one benefit with another. He should return many at once." In real life, this means that you should not respond to empty boasts with words, but with the quiet grace of your actions and the quality of your character. How often do you find yourself responding to someone else's success story with one of your own? What might happen if you instead chose to listen fully, acknowledging their accomplishments with a nod or a smile, while keeping your attention on your own virtues and goals? Accepting Stoic quiet in the middle of boasts is a way to live a life not marked by competition, but by happiness and inner success. It creates an atmosphere where one can thrive peacefully and successfully based on genuine self-worth rather than comparative measures. Please think about this lesson and use what you've learned in your daily life. How could accepting quiet make your life and relationships better? Please write about your ideas and stories in the space below. Let's work together to make each other's lives more peaceful and happy. Number 3. When dealing with anger. When we're angry, it can feel like a wild storm that can sweep away all reason and calm. But in the middle of this storm, Stoic philosophy offers a safe place to be, a moment of silence that helps us deal with these strong feelings. Epicurus, a famous Stoic figure, said to keep quiet most of the time and only speak when you have to. Now imagine a day at work when a co-worker's mistake causes you hours of extra work. Your first instinct might be to lash out in anger, but what would happen if you chose silence instead? By not reacting in anger, you give yourself time to think about the situation more objectively. This pause can stop the conflict from getting worse and lead to constructive solutions instead of heated arguments. Think about it. How often has reacting quickly in anger made you think about what could be different if you took a moment to calm down before speaking? Marcus Aurelius, another well-known Stoic, gives advice in his writings. How much worse are the results of anger than the things that make people angry? This thought makes us think about what happens after we get angry. Most of the time, the effects of an angry outburst are worse than the thing that made us angry in the first place. Think about Nelson Mandela, a famous leader who, even though he had been jailed for years, decided to forgive his abusers instead of getting angry. This decision not only improved his own life, but also led a country to reconciliation. For example, using silence when you're angry doesn't mean hiding your feelings. It means choosing a response that is in line with your best self. This practice not only improves your own peace, but also leads to better relationships and a more successful life. As you deal with the inevitable frustrations of daily life, remember that silence can be your sanctuary, a place where wisdom rules. Adopt it, and you may find that the quiet response is not only the most profound, but also the most powerful. Anger is a normal feeling that everyone has at some point in their lives. On the other hand, anger that isn't under control can hurt relationships and your own health. Stoicism teaches useful ways to control anger by focusing on self-control, clear thought, and inner peace. Figure out the cause. Look at your triggers to figure out what exactly makes you angry. Is it a person, a setting, or a certain event? Self-reflection. Think about why these things really set you off. Our assumptions and ideas about things often play a big role. Acceptance. Know that you can't change the things that happen in the outside world. What you can change is how you react to these things. Practice being mindful. Keep your mind on the present time instead of focusing on past problems or worries about the future. Exercises for deep breathing. When you feel angry, do exercises for deep breathing to calm your mind and body. Pause and think before you respond. Stop and think about what will happen if you do something. Change your point of view. Try to see things from the other person's point of view to show empathy. Seeing things from their point of view can help you feel less angry. Change the way you see it. Think about how a Stoic philosopher would see things. Would they think it was unimportant or important? Focus on solutions. Instead of dwelling on the issue at hand, think of useful ways to handle it. Build emotional strength. Learn to control yourself. Remind yourself that you can choose how to react. Use self-control and patience. Emotional detachment. Learn to control yourself. Remind yourself that you can choose how to react. Use self-control and patience. Emotional detachment. Learn to separate your feelings from what's going on. Take a step back and look at it objectively instead of personally. Get stronger inside. Do things that help you deal with your emotions, like exercising, writing in a book, or meditating. Use your anger in a healthy way. Positively channel your energy. Instead of being angry, put your energy into things that will help you, like working out or making art. Learn and grow. Use your anger as a chance to learn more about yourself and change how you respond in the future. How to communicate well. Talk about how you feel in a cool and confident way without being hostile or angry. Managing your anger well is important for your health and the health of your relationships. You can turn anger into a good force by getting to the bottom of it, practicing mindfulness, changing your point of view, building mental strength, and finding healthy ways to use your anger. Follow the advice of Stoicism to find inner peace and live a healthy, peaceful life. Number 4. Silence amidst unfounded rumors. Silence in the middle of false rumors. When people talk to each other, stories are like leaves caught in a gust of wind. When these rumors aren't true, they can cause harm and confusion. Stoic philosophy gives us a strong answer: quiet. Think about the story of a teacher in a small town who was wrongly accused of misconduct. As rumors spread through the community, the teacher chose not to add to the heat by denying or explaining what happened. Instead, she relied on her honesty and integrity to stand firm. This silence is not a passive surrender, but a smart decision based on wisdom. Marcus Aurelius said, "You hold power over your thoughts, not over outside events. Understand this, and you will be strong." How often have we seen quickly spoken words make things worse? How might silence protect you from the arrows of false accusations? By refusing to comment, the teacher let the community's initial excitement die down. As time went on and no new proof came to light, the truth became her defense. This shows the Stoic belief that you should focus on what you can control, like your reactions and actions, instead of worrying about how stories spread, which you can't stop. Epictetus once said that if someone says bad things about you, you should always compliment them. This counterintuitive method says that reacting to negativity with positivity, or in this case, silence, can stop and change the course of unproductive interactions. When false accusations are made, speaking quietly can show respect and trust in the truth. To use this in your own life, think about how important it is to wait to reply to stories until the storm passes. Remember that the best way to keep your peace and image is to live by the ideal you preach, not by fighting every whisper. In these kinds of situations, staying quiet isn't just a way to protect yourself, it's also a way to show your dedication to Stoic principles. So, as you deal with the difficulties of personal and professional relationships, let Stoic silence lead you through the chaos of false rumors, finding in it the way to a peaceful, happy, and successful life. Number 5. How to deal with loss. How do you deal with the utter silence that follows a major loss? Loss is a common human experience that often leaves a void filled with sadness and confusion. But Stoicism has a unique way of dealing with pain. For example, C.S. Lewis, a famous author who wrote about his grief after losing his wife in the book A Grief Observed, says, "The pain I feel now is the happiness I had before." This is a very Stoic way of thinking. Stoics believe that our experiences are part of a bigger natural flow of life, and that loss and love will always go hand in hand. Seneca, a famous Stoic philosopher, has a lot to say about this subject. The day we worry will be our last is actually the birthday of eternity. How might your response to loss change if you see it as a shift instead of an end? What might you gain by accepting the silence that comes after loss, giving yourself time and room to think and heal? After his death, Lewis didn't try to fill the silence with explanations or distractions. Instead, he used it to deeply explore his thoughts and feelings, showing the Stoic belief that hardships can be used for personal growth. His journey through grief showed how keeping a calm mind can help someone deal with deep emotional pain and turn it into a deep understanding of life's fragility and beauty. Silence after a loss isn't a way to hide or deny what happened. It's a way to give yourself time to relax, think, and move on. Find meaning beyond the pain you're feeling right now. This means letting your feelings run their course without causing a forced end. Think about how you've dealt with losses in the past. How could the Stoic practice of reflective silence help you in future times of grief? How might this method change not only your own healing, but also the healing of those around you? Please share your thoughts and experiences with loss, as well as how Stoic practices may have affected your path. What lessons have you learned, and how has silence helped you get better? Let's talk about it and get better in the comments below. One of the hardest things in life is dealing with death. It's hard to deal with grief and sadness when you lose something important in your life, like a loved one, a job, or a big chance. Stoicism, an old theory started by Zeno of Citium in Athens, gives us timeless advice on how to deal with these hard times. Taking a Stoic view can help us be strong and at peace, even when we've lost something very important. Recognize and accept how you feel. It's important to understand and accept the feelings that come with losing someone. Stoicism teaches us that feelings are normal reactions to things that happen in life. The steps you can take. Let yourself cry and feel the pain without judging yourself. Writing in a journal or talking to a friend you trust can help you work through these feelings. Pay attention to what you can change. According to Stoic theory, we should let go of things we can't change and focus on the things we can. The steps you can take. Figure out what you can change about the situation, like how you deal with the loss, and let go of what you can't. Reframe the loss as a chance to get better. As explained, Stoics think that every problem can be used as a chance to grow and get better. Step you can take. Think about what you can learn from this. What can this loss teach you that will make you better, smarter, or more caring? Practice being thankful. Being thankful can help you stop thinking about what you've lost and start focusing on what you still have. Step. Write down every day a list of things you are thankful for. This exercise can help you see things in a new way and make you feel calm. Seek help and group. Stoicism stresses how important it is to have a group and help each other through hard times. Step to take. Talk to family, friends, or support groups. Talking about your problems with other people can help you feel better and less alone. It's never easy to deal with loss, but the Stoic ideas can help us be strong and resilient when we're going through the pain of loss. It can help to recognize our feelings, focus on what we can control, change our point of view, be grateful, and ask for help. These techniques can help us heal and grow if we choose to use them. Number 6. Navigating ignorance with Stoic grace. Have you ever met someone whose actions show they don't understand, but whose belief is as strong as if they were an expert? Even though this situation is upsetting, It's a good time to practice being patient and graceful. Galileo, the famous scientist who pushed heliocentrism during a time of strong geocentric beliefs, is a great example of how to deal with ignorance. Even though he faced fierce opposition and was even put under house arrest, Galileo kept his honor and dedication to the truth, often choosing to stay silent in the face of false accusations and ignorance. Stoicism teaches us that we can only control how we respond, not what other people do. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, said, "You have power over your mind, not over outside events." Realizing this will give you strength. Think about using this point of view the next time you come across someone who is wrong in their thoughts. How could changing how you respond if you knew you could control it? Galileo's silence wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a strong statement of his honesty and belief in what he had found. He knew that truth doesn't need to be backed up by words, but can stand firm on its own merits. Over time, this approach is similar to the Stoic idea of focusing on one's own actions and accepting that others' beliefs are outside of one's control. Being gracious means knowing the limits of your power and picking your fights carefully. It means being patient and understanding, even when things are frustrating. This practice not only leads to a peaceful and happy life, but it also helps you see things with a bigger picture that focuses on long-term respect and success instead of short-term vindication. Think about how silence can be a graceful reaction to stupidity in your own life. How might this method improve your relationships and your own health? Let Galileo's story motivate you to practice Stoic silence, turning possibly happy situations into chances for inner peace and personal growth. Number 7. How to deal with rumors. There must have been many times in your life when you were the subject of a story, hearing whispers getting louder as they went around. It's a normal human reaction, but keeping quiet can change the situation. Think about the story of a community leader whose dedication to protecting the environment led to false rumors about her personal gain. Instead of addressing each rumor, she stayed focused on her work, remembering Marcus Aurelius's words, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who hurt you." This leader's decision to remain silent and continue her advocacy let her actions speak louder than any rumor. Her behavior shows an important Stoic concept. It's not outside events that bother us, but how we react to them. How would your life be different if you ignored rumors with silence? What strength could you gain by deciding not to explain, but to keep going on your path? If someone says bad things about you, and it's true, Epictetus tells us to fix ourselves. If it's a lie, this wise leader not only kept the peace, but also told her people to look past the lies by telling them to laugh at them. People who didn't believe in her slowly lost faith, but her calm attitude and unwavering commitment showed that Stoic silence can help you keep your image and self-respect. This story shows how Stoicism can be used in modern life by showing how our reactions to false information can either feed the fire or put it out. It also shows that silence is not a passive choice, but an active and powerful way to let our lives and results show what kind of person we are. Think about this approach the next time you hear rumors. How can practicing Stoic silence help you stay calm and focused? How might it change how other people see you over time? I want you to share your ideas and experiences with dealing with rumors in the comment section below. What have you learned from these events, and how has silence helped you get through them? Your ideas could help someone find their way. Rumors can spread fast, hurt your image, cause a lot of stress, and make things more confusing. It is important to come up with good ways to deal with gossip in a world where information spreads quickly. There is timeless knowledge in Stoic thought that tells us how to stay calm, collected, and logical when we face problems. Keep your emotions in check. It is important to keep your feelings in check when you hear stories. When you react quickly or strongly, it can make things worse and give the stories more weight. Instead, try to keep your emotions in check and look at the issue without bias. Pause before you answer. Take a few deep breaths and tell yourself that other people's opinions don't define your worth. Do things that calm you down, like awareness or meditation, to stay calm. Get clear and get the facts. Thoughts and details that aren't clear often feed rumors. Do not take them at face value. Instead, look into the facts, find trustworthy sources, and gather correct data to find out what the story is really about. Talk to reliable people who can give you more information before coming to a decision. Ask questions and look for proof. This method helps you react based on facts instead of guesses. Think things through before you act. How you react to a story can have a big effect on how true it is. When you act without thinking, you might misunderstand something and spread the story even more. Instead, react carefully and with a plan. Look at the situation and think about what might happen if you do something different. Respond to the rumor in a cool and accurate way if you need to. Sometimes the best thing to do is to be quiet or say something slowly. Pay attention to your actions and personality. The best way to fight back against fake rumors is to show that you are a good person. Over time, stories can be put to rest by always being honest and showing what kind of person you are. Keep following your beliefs and ideas in everything you do. Take actions that are good for you and show who you really are. The more you act the same way over time, the less likely it is that false stories are true. Practice not caring about what other people think. Stoicism tells you to let go of things you can't change and focus on the things you can. The second group includes other people's thoughts and stories about you. Remember that you can't change what other people think or say. Pay attention to what you do and how you think. Accept yourself and have faith in your ideals, no matter what other people say. Stoic ideas like controlling your emotions, finding the truth, responding wisely, being constant, and not caring what other people think can help you deal with rumors in a balanced and logical way. By using these tips, you can handle the problems that stories cause with poise and strength, protecting your honor and peace of mind. Number 8. When confronted with injustice. Stoic philosophy teaches us to deal with life's problems with fairness and inner strength. This is especially important when we face unfairness. As the wise Epicurean said, "Bear and forbear." This maxim tells us to go through hard times without complaining and forgive others for their mistakes. Nelson Mandela fought against racism in South Africa in a way that made this theory very clear. Mandela's long time in jail could have made him angry, but he came out as a supporter of peace and unity, showing a deep Stoic resilience. Mandela didn't just stand there and let injustice happen. He chose to focus on healing and unity instead of getting even. This choice shows a key Stoic principle. Our biggest power lies in our ability to choose how to react to outside events. How might our own lives change if we followed Mandela's lead when it comes to the unfair things that happen to us? Can we choose to show understanding and kindness even when it seems impossible? By staying quiet when unfair things happen, Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations that the best way to get back at someone who has hurt you is not to be like them. By choosing not to get into a fight and instead developing a spirit of healing and forward thinking, Mandela changed the way a whole country thought about justice and peace. His life shows us that silence is not a sign of submission. Instead, it can be a powerful tool for change and a sign of personal integrity. This Stoic way of thinking doesn't mean passively accepting injustice. Instead, it involves a strategic and principled silence that prepares us for constructive action. It's about keeping your inner peace and using calm to inspire thoughtful solutions that address wrongdoing and foster a collective move towards a better future. As we face both small and large injustices, let us remember Mandela's silent strength. His legacy teaches us that sometimes the most profound response is cultivated in silence, allowing us to build a foundation for meaningful change and a happier, more successful life. Adopting this can transform both personal hardship and communal strife, leading us to a more peaceful existence. Everyone has to deal with unfair situations at some point in their lives. As a Stoic, it's important to handle these scenarios with calmness and knowledge. The ideas of Stoic thinkers like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus can help you understand how to deal with unfair situations. Focusing on what we can control, staying calm inside, and reacting logically are some of the things they stress. Keep your peace inside. Marcus Aurelius says that no matter what is going on around you, you should keep your mind cool and collected. Emotional regulation. To keep your emotions in check, do things like deep breathing, being aware, and meditation. Accept what you can't change. Know that you can only change how you react to other people's acts. Answer logically. Think before you act. Instead of moving without thinking, stop and think about what the best thing to do is. Try to understand. Try to figure out why the unfair thing happened. This can help make things clearer and maybe even show a way to solve the problem. Avoid getting back at people. Getting back at people with anger or revenge only makes things worse. Try to respond in a reasonable and calm way. Take a look at your values. Always stick to your principles, no matter what. Let your behaviors be based on your core beliefs and principles. Moral integrity. Make sure that your answer is in line with your morals and upholds your honor. Set a good example. Show others how to deal with unfairness with respect and honor by the way you act. Look for constructive answers. Problem-solving attitude. Instead of dwelling on the problem, go into the situation with the attitude of finding ways to solve it. Communication. Talk to the people involved in an open and honest way to try to find a fair answer. Advocate for change whenever you can. Try to make changes to the system that get to the bottom of the unfairness. Grow and learn. Stop and think about what happened. Think about what happened and what you can learn from it. Personal growth. Look at the experience as a chance to grow as a person and make yourself stronger. Future readiness. Get the skills and information you need to handle similar scenarios better in the future. It is important to stay calm, react logically, stay true to your ideals, look for helpful solutions, and learn from the experience when you are faced with injustice. If you follow these Stoic principles, you can deal with unfair situations with kindness and honesty, making them into chances to grow and make things better. Number 9. How to handle insults with Stoic wisdom. Handle insults with Stoic wisdom. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, once said, "If someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation." This maxim should wake us up every time someone insults us, and it also gives us a deep way to deal with insults. Be quiet. This insight tells us that we can choose how to react by choosing silence and understanding instead of conflict. Mahatma Gandhi, for example, faced insults and resistance in his fight for Indian freedom, but he didn't answer with anger or insult. Instead, he chose to be silent and understand. Gandhi believed in a form of pacifism, which is similar to the Stoic way of life: joyful peace. Gandhi's reaction to verbal and physical attacks was to keep quiet. This often made his enemies less dangerous and won support for his cause among the public. How might taking a similar stance when you are insulted change the dynamics of your interactions with others? What could you gain by keeping your cool instead of responding with words? When someone attacks you, you give yourself room to act with purpose instead of impulsiveness. This stern practice not only keeps you calm, but it also makes you look like a leader who is above everyone else. Small disagreements echoed Marcus Aurelius's. How much worse are the results of anger and grief than the things that made us feel those ways? Think about this as you deal with the problems that come up every day. Think about what this stern silence could do for your life. Could it be the key to a better, more successful life? How might your actions affect how other people deal with problems? As we've looked at the 9 pivotal moments to embrace, silence from dealing with talk to facing loss, Stoic advice has shown us a way to peace and understanding. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Don't waste time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." In the spirit of his words, let us practice the deep strength that can be found in silence by deciding when to speak and when to listen. This will help us live a peaceful, happy, and kind life. Feel free to use these Stoic principles in your everyday conversations and see how the power of thoughtful silence can make your life better. If you found this talk deep and useful, please click the like button, leave a note with your thoughts, and don't forget to share these deep philosophical ideas with everyone you know. If you're new, subscribe to our channel to get more deep lessons in Stoicism that will help you grow. See you in the next lessons.